Welcome to the Sci-Fi Center, the place to be, where comic books and wrestling collide magically. Movies, TV shows, and pop culture we share. Get ready to rock, we're here to take you there. From superheroes to aliens in outer space, we've got the latest news and reviews in our embrace. Turn on your screen, let the neon lights glow. We'll take you back to the 80s. Let's rock and roll. Sci-Fi Center, where the legends come alive. Get ready to geek out, let your imagination thrive. We're diving into the past with a touch of modern flair. Sci-Fi Center, the ultimate pop culture lair.
Happy Saturday. Welcome back. For those of you who were with us earlier this afternoon, welcome to the Sci-Fi Center Saturday Overnight Live. Don't know how long this show is going to go because of the situation with the AC. This camera may not last throughout the show. It tends to shut down at a certain degree. I have been in all kinds of temperature. I can take it, but the equipment is a different thing. So if I disappear, other than to go get my food, that's why. Is because this Logitech camera that I have does not have enough ventilation to beat the kind of heat that I'm sitting in right now. So this might be a long stream, could be a short stream. Rather it be a short stream because we've been on the air for like 6 hours a day. So and the last couple of streams have been like nearly 4 hours. So today's topics, I've eliminated one of the topics because I'm going to put 1984 on a topic that we have not covered during the week. We've covered post-apocalyptics, but post-apocalyptic is not the same as dystopian. There's a significant difference. So I've decided to use that, even though it looks cool in the thumbnail right now. I'm going to use that later on during the week for something else. Also, have an issue with Streamlabs as far as our I have a line of merchandise out. And as soon as the link is live, I'm going to post that in all of our stuff. But I'll also put it in one of the major links that are down there that are part of all of the shows. And you guys will be able to buy T-shirts from it. It'll be kind of hilarious to see the things I've designed for you. How you doing, Brad?
Good, man.
Okay, so in a few minutes, I'm going to go grab my food or go get my food because I had an incident earlier that kind of set me about a half hour behind. So I'm all fucked up right now.
I got you.
So
let's go and say hi to the chat though. It's Aaron who decided to very unexpectedly come on camera today. How's it going, Aaron?
Your adorable little face.
Wait, come on. What are you doing?
Baby face.
But really that was like again, I had like a big like drum roll, like everybody was like waiting for me to when I did it, and weirdly, we were saying like, Aaron, yeah, take your time. Brad took a year, and then Aaron decides, you know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna, hit the button, just switch it on. Here I am. So okay, but yeah, we enjoyed having you on with us for the watch party this afternoon, Aaron. Let's go on, Vince. Would you do Aaron? Would you like me to do a face reel short for you like I did? Oh yeah, I mean, I'd be down. I think I'd be down for that, man. Again, that's like maybe it's just because everyone was begging me to do it for so long. Mine just kind of felt like such an event. So I was kind of expecting other people who hadn't come on camera to like treat it the same way, but I guess not. You guys are going to treat it like, oh, we're just going to drop on you when you least suspect it. How's it going? Nurko Saves there for us with the watch parties for Terrifier 2 and Dark City earlier. How's it going, man? Anyway, whenever you get the chance, watch MLW Battle Riot 4.
I got your link. I was watching it. I saw Teddy Long up in there. So yeah, I was as soon as you sent me the link, I started watching it on because MLW has a free YouTube page you can just watch your shit on, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I think it's still on right now.
Nice, buddy. Have fun. You guys are live. I can't make the show tonight. Okay. Have fun. Don't go too fast. Okay. Yeah, you've been out for out of the chat and streams for like a couple days, man. So you're good to see you back. But yeah, it's cool, man. We'll see you back on here next time, man. Let's see. Hunter Iggy, how's it going? There goes Nostra. Let's see. Vince says I meant an Aaron reveal short like a free like I did for Brad. Oh, you're talking. Oh, he's talking about like snipping hers out. From the stream,
that's
and
what
then like his mind was like it's listed on the channel as like the long-awaited reveal of Brad's face or something. It's just the moment like Grizzly Adams. He says, "Yeah, only if you want to." Yeah, so, as long as for you coming on camera, man, it's cool. But yeah, I'd love to see. I definitely say yeah, snip that out for Aaron because that was pretty. Again, it just kind of looked like Aaron's on camera now. And she was kind of a little bit in the, I don't know, maybe it's because it was like early morning or something. Because it was like Aaron was like, William said like her head was floating there like Zordon.
Yeah.
It was like there's just a black background. It was all we could see, and then it like as like it got a little bit further in, it's like I guess more light came in, so you kind of cleared it add a little bit more light to her background. But yes, please make that a short, Vince.
I expected kangaroos and wallabies. I was disappointed.
Yeah, we're going to play Ouija board to summon spirits. Okay, well, be careful with that, man.
Glad you're on the other side of the planet.
What else you got? Rational Skeptic. Yeah, this is kind of the elephant in the room as far as the topics tonight.
When we discuss this topic, though, be honest with you, it's going to be about that news. As far as like, I'm assuming you guys are talking about the 300 topic. I don't have the mental energy to choke any common sense to anybody tonight. So we're going to discuss Zack Snyder as it relates to 300. I'm not going to go down a labyrinth of anything else because we've had those discussions before. This doesn't change any of that. And all it's going to do is like I said, cause me to take aim at people. And I just don't have the energy, right?
Yeah, there's some aspects of it where it's like, it definitely, ventures into the hypothetical and the and things like that. So it's like, we'll like offer maybe like a little bit of 2 cents on some things. We don't want to make it like a strictly a restoration topic, let's say. So,
and I don't want to derail the show because, like I said, I don't know how much time we're going to have tonight until my equipment overheats.
Sounds good, RJ. Let's see. I looked over at my second monitor, saw Aaron. So I was like, wait, yeah, I know. It was like she just you didn't even announce it, Aaron. You just spontaneously said, I'm coming on camera today. So that was very unexpected. Do you think Captain America 4 will start the web? Yeah, because they're doing, the news just came out the other day. They're doing reshoots on it now, and apparently it's going to add a mystery character. So that's kind of interesting. They also mentioned that the reshoots, even with what that's going to add to the expenditure on it, it's still going to come in under budget of the Marvels, which was like, it was like 274 or something like that. So it's like, well, I mean, that's, either way, that's, smart business, if you can get the most bang for your buck and get it under 275, that's always smart, unless it's unavoidable, then, you got to break out the, you got to break out the checkbook for that. But we'll probably get a little bit into that too. Hunter Iggy asking you to see your, let me see if I can find your question here, man. Okay. William Brad, can you imagine if both Justice League in one Earth? I'm not sure what you're saying here, Hunter. Both Justice League and what? You might need to clarify that, man. Are you talking about both versions of the Justice League movie? Are you talking about? Are you talking about like a? Yeah, I'm confused here, man. You might need to clarify that for us. I tried to play cool. Yeah, you had a beanie on. You had like Aaron's like you were definitely playing it cool, Aaron. And you didn't quite come on like in the pose, but we said pose and you indulged us. So one of these days, you and I, Aaron, we both have to come on the show on camera with our gis on. It's like let's coordinate that whenever we decide to do that. Go with our uniforms on, show people what we're made of. That would be awesome. Yeah, and Aaron broke out the luchador mask too. I thought William would love it. Well, no, William loved it. I think he had to step aside. Or maybe, oh shit, I hope he's not dealing with those camera issues right now. Let me message him real quick. Okay. Yeah, see, hopefully he hops back on here, or maybe went to, he had to step away for a second, but yeah, we'll see. We'll go through all your questions here, or wait for Wim to hop back on. Anyway, yeah, the luchador mask. He enjoyed the luchador mask. He just didn't enjoy it when I decided to, talk like this over the luchador mask. Let's not stand on ceremony with the luchador mask. I broke a brand topic today pretty bad. Broke a couple. Okay. Let's see. William Powell, would you imagine what are you saying that do they take place on the same Earth? What Zack's Justice League and first of all, we don't even know like what plans James Gunn has for the Justice League, and there's been a lot of speculation that it may be JLI, and I mean, by all outward indications, I mean it seems like the Snyder DC and Gunn DC are going to be separate Earths, so doesn't mean they can't cross over. But is that what you're asking? Would we expect them to ever cross over? Because they're definitely not going to be on the same Earth. They're not originating from the same Earth. So yeah. If that's what you're asking, do they originate from the same Earth? And no, definitely not. Yeah, definitely not. Okay. Okay, what else you got for us? I want to see Brad with bruises and blood. No, it's never that bad. It's just, I mean, you got to deal with some contacts sometimes. And it's like I've taken like pretty bad hits. I've taken hits that, I've gotten clobbered, and not by little kids strictly. I mean, I've learned to take some pain. But yeah, when you're teaching kids how to like let's say do a groin kick, if they're not kicking a pad in that moment, you have to definitely position yourself properly, let's say, or have like a good amount of distance, because that can not necessarily go the way you want it to. Okay, what? Wait. Is he? Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. Yeah, because he was talking about like the computer and the the heat tolerance or whatever it is. So I hope he didn't just drop out because of that. Okay, you should be back in a minute then. All right, what you got for us, RJ? The door was never closed for Zack Snyder to continue working with WB. Just won't be for running DC Cinematic Universe. The 300 to continue to open that open door policy that already existed. I think the only possibilities deserve to be discussed. That deserves to be discussed if this opens the, I think that's door. Your Sucker. Yeah, that is actually something a lot of people talked about. Sucker Punch director Scott or Dark Knight Returns. Zack wanted to make under Elseworlds. Yeah, I can't say I agree with you about the door was never closed, because I mean the door was, I mean, as of like 3 years ago, the like in the immediate aftermath when the movie was released, I mean the door was absolutely was closed, because Zack made very clear at that point in time, it's like they and the studio that also made very clear, it's like they were not, it was very clear there was no falling out there.
How did we get to that question already? Yeah. What did he say?
Oh, RJ brought up it was talking about the 300 topic. Do we want to like go through the chat a little bit more? Or do we want to go ahead and dive into the topic?
Let's hit this one before, like I said before, it snowballs into nonsense.
Okay. And by the way, it's like I was.
Oh, by the way, before we start, since we're going to do this,
Oh, is this the list? I was a little bit concerned that you
Yeah,
were
because
talking about like
I
the
my
computer. Like, when you dropped, though, I was a little bit concerned. You talked about the computer and the camera might like heat
oh,
tolerance or something. So, but Clint said you just went
it's
to get some
getting there.
food.
It's blinking right now, but well, that and I moved the fan closer to this camera so that it can keep it cool. All right, we're about to dive into something that probably a bad idea, but we're going to keep this under control. We are not here to. I am not here to step on the throats and to move on people. You guys know what you don't mean to me, so don't even start. The topic we're about to tackle has nothing to do with that. If I've been saying since before I got a business license, only fools say never. And never is a word that it only exists in the fanboy universe. In the fanboy universe, for the most part, has zero stakes in anything other than the $7 to $10 to $12 they may spend on a movie long after hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars have already been spent. So here we go with the ban list. It's updated. Banned from discussion list are 90s Batman and X-Men cartoons. I've gone through it. It's a legitimate reason. You know why if you watch the show long enough. Pineapple on anything, because pineapple is the most disgusting thing that you could grow out of the ground or out of a tree, out of anywhere. Brad's bad good burger jokes. There are no such
Brad's
things as
good burger jokes. You all said there.
they're all bad. They're as bad as the IP that they derive from. Bane and Venom, in their less than 3 or some odd decades of existence, they've been overused, oversaturated, and are the go-to characters because I don't know. We don't have the balls to use the thousands of rose galleries that both Batman and Spider-Man have, so they're banned. Brad's boneheaded Man Max 4 we have theory. Any of you that watch today's stream, if you don't understand why that's banned and how ridiculous it is, and even if it's true, how boneheaded it would be, then go back and watch previous streams. James Gunn's DCU, because that's all we do is talk things to death, talk things to the point that we hate them. It's too far away to get excited. There's not enough evidence or resume on either side for me to get excited for anything that's happening now. I am looking forward to certain things, but until those things actually come to fruition, there's as much chance as these things not happening other than Superman than happening. And I'm not going to play that fool again. Fool me once, shame on me. I'm not going to be the fool that goes full throttle into anybody's universe just to have the rug pulled out my door. I don't trust DC, and I have no reason to trust the current regime to follow through. Let's see. The Snyderverse.
Yeah, we got to bend that rule tonight.
We're going to bend that rule, but we're not breaking that rule. If you guys want to have a Snyderverse conversation, you know, all the people who with 20 and 30 and 40,000 followers have built their wall on that. This is not one of those shows. What was the last one? Oh, found footage film. Because you know what? Like I said,
God, you haven't laughed so much about Blair Witch tonight.
If I'm going to pay for a movie, then you need to get paid for a movie to be made. All right, and I'll leave it at that. So that's the ban list right now. So we're going to go into this, and like I said,
let me see. I'm going to go ahead and actually try to pull up the actual article about it and read a little bit.
I had it.
Oh, you got it? Okay, good.
Yeah. All right. So.
And by the way, Aaron Pratt's Happy Pride Month.
Oh, yeah, it's June, huh? There we go. All right, here we go. No, who's texting me?
Yes, 300 TV series in early development at Warner Brothers Television. This was announced on Thursday or Friday.
All right.
I think one of those days.
Oh, I didn't know if you could read it from there.
I can read it. I'll go ahead and read it. I'll go ahead and read it off. A 300 TV series is in early development at Warner Brothers Television. Varieties learned from sources. Exact plot details are still being worked out, but sources say that the show would serve as a prequel to the 2006 film. No writer or platform is currently attached to the project. I mean, I would imagine that this is something they would intend for Max, but I mean, you know, who knows? It could, you know, they could definitely shop it around. They could be on Amazon. It could be on Netflix. It could be, you know, that's just kind of a dividing, way of getting it out there. But go ahead and scroll down. Deals are still being negotiated, but Zack Snyder, who directed and co-wrote 300, is in talks to direct and executive produce the series. Deborah Snyder executive produced 300, who executive produced 300, would also return as an executive producer under her Snyder's or Zack's Stone Quarry production banner, with Stone Quarry's Wesley Collar Also on board, Gianni Nuneri, Mark Canton, and Bernie Goldman, all of whom are producers on the film, are likewise in talks to return. Let's see what else we got. 300 was based on the graphic novel of the same name by Frank Miller and Lynn Varley, which was itself loosely based on real historical events in addition to taking inspiration from the 1962 movie The 300 Spartans. In the film, Leonidas, the king of Sparta, leads a small force of elite soldiers against the much larger army of Xerxes I of Persia. Gerard Butler starred as Leonidas with Rodrigo Santoro as Xerxes. The cast also included Lena Headey, David Wenham, Dominic West, Vincent Reagan, Tom Wisdom, and Michael Fassbender. I think it was actually his first movie. Fassbender's was 300.
It may have been, I think so.
Yeah, he was really early. Go back up. Go back. The film proved to be a massive hit upon its release, generating over $450 million at the global box office against a reported budget of $65 million. And it looks like it cost 3 times that much. It inspired numerous parodies as well, including one of the bullshit parody movies you guys put me through.
Put us through.
No, they were targeting me on that one, man.
Yeah, at least 5 minutes of it. I left.
Okay, yeah, you guys roll down for me, man.
Hold on, got to move the fan.
And as well as the South Park episode, yikes. I don't think I ever saw that. A follow-up 300 Rise of an Empire was released in 2014.
Horrible.
I thought it was okay. The film was based on Miller's graphic novel Xerxes, with Snyder again co-writing the screenplay but not directing. No, wait, you're going out too fast. A whole bunch of people returned, including Headey and Santoro, with Sullivan Stapleton playing the lead role of Themistocles. It was less well received than the original, but still grossed $337 million worldwide.
That movie made $337 million.
Yeah. It didn't do as well as the first one, but it did not.
Yeah,
bad.
But shit. I didn't know that.
Listen, Ava Green she really makes that movie as the warrior.
Yeah,
chick.
she makes anything she's in.
She has the best line in that movie. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, she has the best line.
She's a good Bond girl too. So.
Yeah, should the 300 series move forward, it would be the latest in a long line of films being adapted for television. As the push for recognizable IP in the streaming world remains strong, Amazon, for example, recently ordered a Legally Blonde prequel series about the high school years of Elle Woods and released the Mr. and Mrs. Smith TV series. Starring Don Glover and Maya Erskine earlier this year. Apple, meanwhile, is prepping. Go ahead, scroll down.
Oops, hold on.
Is prepping a Time Bandit series, while other recent examples include series based upon the movies Fatal Attraction, Sexy Beast, and Dead Ringers. Keep going. Okay, that's it. Okay, so in a nutshell, 300 prequel TV series in the works. Zach, and listen, when the trade's put out, like in talks and things like that, I mean, unless there is some kind of like horrible breakdown behind the scenes, this usually means the dotted line has already been signed.
In talks, it's signed already, and from what I've seen, for an example. Okay, so ordinarily, in the common sense world, that's not news. Somebody working with a production company that they've worked with before, regardless to how things turned out, it's just not news. In our psychobabble world, it's news because all I hear is that this particular person he's happy at Netflix. He's not at Netflix. He does projects for Netflix. He has a first look deal with Netflix. That's not an exclusive contract. At any time during the last 3 or 4 years, he could have done anything he wanted to. If he wanted to go work for Marvel or Image or anything and do a comic book adaptation,
and he's talked about doing that.
Yeah, he could, because a first look deal means that they get first look at any creatively owned IP that he has. This would not apply. This would have never applied to anything else because they don't own the IP.
And to give people a little bit of a kind of context on a first look deal. Basically, a first look deal is it basically means the right of first refusal to whoever you're signed that deal with. So Zach has like an idea for like, I want to do like Rebel Moon. Like, let's talk about it. Like when he Rebel Moon was still in the planning stages and he had his first look deal with Netflix, what that meant was that Zach had to per that deal, he had to run it by them first. And if they said, no, we're not interested in this, then he could take that elsewhere.
Yeah.
But, it basically means right of first refusal to the party you've signed that contract with.
Yeah, that's not with Netflix. That's a first look deal with Netflix. That a lot of people sign first look deals because they don't want to be restrained anyway. You want to be free agents, especially people who will run production companies like him. Now, as far as like I said, it's not news in the common sense world, but in psychobabble world, our world, it's news because of the history of the Warner Brothers. If you pay attention to any major commerce or anything, this shit happens all the time. There's been people who've been in physical conflicts with each other sometimes, and if the money is right, business gets done. See, and I don't think that's what people understand when people say, "Oh, he's never going to go back to Warner Brothers to do anything," and I'm like I said, only the fools say never.
And you tweet. I saw you quote tweeted this news with that, like, only fools say never, the other day. And it's like I think, did you find it, because I DM'd you about this? Is like, did you hear that from me? It's like, was I the first to let you know about it, or did you already see it float around?
I think I saw it at the same time as a bunch of other things came up, and it was like this was always something like this was always going to happen, simply because things change. Situations, people don't dictate necessarily whether these type of things happen. Situations do, and if the situation's right and there's an advantageous position for both parties to be in, it was going to happen. I've been saying this for forever. Now, obviously, the extremists on either end will drag this into other things, but you know what? You should say no. You shouldn't say never to that anyway. Every time I hear a fan say he would never do this, or so-and-so would never do that, or that's never going to happen, I'm like, based on what? Your infinite fucking wisdom?
Yeah, I'm actually going to pull up some, Mr. And as RJ,
I mean,
out here, it's like he mentioned, because Film Junkie was talking about this in the box stream last night, and also, of course, Mr. Stephen Colbert, good friend of box stream, of course, colleague of mine, offers some good commentary.
While you're doing that,
yeah.
Every time you think that something's never going to happen, understand who you are and what the basis of your opinion is. That includes myself. Is anybody on YouTube, Twitter, that's not involved in any of these organizations qualified to exclude anything from happening? The answer is no, and it's never been yes. But you'll say, well, you're delusional if you think so-and-so would ever come in. No, you're a fucking outsider outside the window with me, pressed up against the glass, hoping we hear crumbs and nuggets of what comes out of real business conversations. No matter where you think this could go, do not exclude anything. Him working with James Gunn, why would that ever be out of the question? Anything. I'm not going to nail down any specific topic, but I see it on our little culture that we have here. If somebody believes something can happen or whatever, they get called all kinds of names by people who aren't even qualified to spell their own names half the time. So never say never.
Well, going off of that, of course, Steve, I go ahead and share his tweet here, because this was his commentary he offered on it. He said, another good, and he's pretty much saying what you said, another good example of why people should avoid firmly planting a flag in any kind of stance on what Snyder can, can't, will, won't, should, or shouldn't do. And that's pretty much. Now to kind of go off of that, sort of give a little bit of my perspective on that. I mean, obviously, the reason why this is noteworthy is because these circumstances of the production of Justice League, led to what can, I think, fairly be described as a falling out between Zack and the prior management of Warner Brothers. As I was indicating before, when William stepped away a minute ago, that there was definitely both during that initial production and when Zack departed, and then when they were completing his version of Justice League, there was definitely a very tumultuous situation with the people running the studio at the time, as Zack himself had commented on, and that pretty much indicated the general consensus, not incorrectly, I don't think, was that that pretty much as long as that regime is in power, Zack and whatever DC or non-DC projects he might want to do with the studio are pretty much a non-starter at that point in time. And then as RJ, let me pull this one comment he dropped here. So yeah, okay. And then this is kind of an odd, because I was talking about, he dropped a few while you were away, and I sort of commented on that, and he said, and this is something I talked about a bit too, is like Michael Dulka, Pam Abdi, Warp Snyder to get the Full Circle event off the ground. Yeah, and that's Zack has publicly said, yeah, they were very kind and supportive and accommodating, and he was just getting it was a relationship with the management of Warner Brothers that he did not have previously, that he had with them in terms of organizing that event. They didn't close the door the previous regime did. He was always willing to work with it. Yeah, I agree. So I think that I think it is probably fair to say that this is at least in part is an offshoot of that. That event, and Zack being able to the symbiosis and the working relationship he had with the management of Warner Brothers through that event was this is something that that was made possible through that, because he would not have gotten that through the old regime. We're not going to name names, but because again we're bending the topic tonight, but there, again, with certain parties there who really emphatically tried to shut the door on a lot of things he was doing, he would not have gotten that. Now, as to, of course, this leads to the big elephant in the room, which is that, okay, that's why the story is noteworthy, is that everyone was pretty much reading that as, okay, Zack's days of Warner Brothers are over. Now he's working with the studio again with on this 300 series. So that the elephant in the room of that, okay, does that open the door potentially to certain things that that the fandom has expressed great interest in being realized? And the way I would phrase it, without getting into too much specifics or hypothesizing, is does the fact that he is now doing a 300 prequel series with Warner Brothers, does that make it does that make the likelihood of certain DC projects that have not been made, does that make the likelihood of those happening greater or lesser? I would say this makes that greater. Now, how much does that mean it's going to happen next week? No. Does that mean it's going to, that they're already talking about doing that behind the scenes? No. But that does, I think it's reasonable to infer that the door is open for that now in a way that it was not previously.
I'm going to say that it's still closed, simply because, and it has nothing to do with the principles, it has to do with the state of the company not having
that is true. Yeah,
stable enough to know where they're actually going right now, because they've decided, and like I said, I wasn't on board with rebooting. You know how I feel about reboots, stupid and lazy fuck reboot or as a love child. But because you've done that now, it's really tough, because it depends on what kind of resources you have, unless you license it out and did something else. Personally, the more I think of wanting to get this story told, and like I said, you guys can call me biased because obviously I'm a comic book nerd. I just think the freedom and time and space and unlimited potential in a comic book series, I am just falling in love with that more and more. And cinematically, I'm less inclined for the limitations that are placed on you, especially these days with movies and risk and everything and liabilities, depending on who fronts the money. Maybe it's somebody who can make their money on the back end of streaming. But if you're going to make it theatrically, obviously we've had several conversations over the last couple of days, weeks, and months, just how resource sensitive that might be. And if we're going to tell this story, I want it to go where it can possibly go. Because if you were going to do it cinematically with another universe going on, to me, just go ahead and conclude it. But depending on what the state of the actual company is in at that time, and if, like I said, even if Superman doesn't do well and they decide to recede, I don't want this story based on that story's success. So I say before you even consider putting anything in motion, put that shit on paper first. Make the case so that you have, if there's a decision making process involved, you got everything in front of you. But what you have is data saying that, wow, we sold 500 to 800,000 copies of this in this amount of time for how much money? The staples and the paper that we paid out on it. We got something here, so let's try something else.
Let me ask, and just to ask about that real quick, because you put out a figure like that, and maybe you can kind of like give the audience a little bit of a kind of a peek behind the curtain in terms of like comic book sales, and like, so you talked about like 500, 800. So like, what is generally considered like a hit, right, in terms of like a comic book story or like a graphic novel being released?
For a major title anywhere, oh man, it's been so long. National numbers, I haven't looked because ever since they broke up the companies like Random, Penguin Random, all this and Lunar and all that, it's been different because their numbers don't track. But back in the day, I could say 250,000 was a solid number. For a regular time. Yeah. That's nationwide, worldwide. And that's where the overprinting. But I haven't looked at those numbers since they put it out. I could probably pull them up and have them ready. But they'll say, but when speculators get involved, you can go anywhere upwards of that. But your profit margin,
and speculators would absolutely get involved in something like this.
when you're talking about outside money coming in, you're talking about you could go up like let me bring this up, and I've got to go move this fan even closer, so I'm going to go away for a second. But
so
average sales of Batman per month, because I know somebody else asked me this and we actually brought up a chart.
And Dork Knight, by the way, says I never thought Prince would go back to WB, and yet he did. Zach going to back to WB shouldn't be a shocker either. Yeah, again, it bears, nothing is ever set in stone in just a work related conversation where it's like we're about to see Hugh Jackman back as Wolverine in 2 months, when the last time he played Wolverine was explicitly marketed on the idea that it was his retirement. So that's always something to bear in mind, and especially I think with a situation as unique as this, with Zack's recent filmmaking history and the history with Warner Brothers, and with the Justice League movie specifically, it does that really bears repeating, that the uniqueness of it does mean.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, that does necessitate thinking a little bit, not thinking like stringently or thinking like in a black and white way in terms of what the future could or could not hold. I think RJ mentioned this, but this is something I talked about too. I've seen a lot of people talk about this, taking it strictly beyond like the DC stuff. Zack has also wanted to get his director's cut of Sucker Punch out there for quite a while. So this could make that quite feasible now, if he's on speaking terms and in an active working relationship with Warner Brothers. I'm also going to pull up your comment here, Aaron, because this is something we had a little bit of fun with earlier. Did you see Patrick Schwarzenegger? Yeah, he quote tweeted the news about this. He said he wants in, and personally, I think it would be awesome to see a Schwarzenegger be a part of it. Yeah, that would be cool. That'd be awesome. You got like a that. Yeah. So yeah, I could. I would definitely if he's game for it. And he said, I think Patrick even like he like ended it, like his quote with like I'm available or something, and stuff to that effect. So yeah. I mean, it's like I see no reason to stonewall that. It's like Zack is very he's notoriously very welcoming and pleasant and fun to work with, and people really enjoy being part of his what he does. So yeah, want to come on board? I'm definitely down with Patrick Schwarzenegger joining. And RJ also, way back. That step away for a second, so I'm just gonna keep commenting on the topic here. I beaten like a drum about since James Gunn was first hired. You would be a fool to assume Gunn wouldn't want to work with Zack and have Zack be directing under a new DC Elseworlds banner. And again, this is, I mean, without getting into specifics of like, what that could entail, but I mean, people have, again, they've, worked together previously on Dawn of the Dead, so there is a history, they have together. They've spoken, very complimentary of each other, so there's no bad blood between them. There's no, this is not the same as like Zack and previous DC film president who shall remain nameless. Now, of course, that this also does kind of raise the question about if this is like the next thing he has immediately coming up. Okay, like what does that mean for what he's doing with Netflix right now? And of course, I mean, that's, we're not in those rooms. We're not in part of those conversations. So, the timeline of when this is going to go into motion, and like how that's going to work in tandem with like things like Rebel Moon or Planet of the Dead and all that, kind of remains to be seen. It is a little bit interesting to me that Zack himself is he's not commented on this himself directly, but some of you may have seen that he did post on Vero the other day. He was taking a he was like in Chicago or something, and he was like on the street where that's seen at the end of Batman v Superman. He just had the caption BVS, and we all know he loves to stir the pot. So I don't know if this is an instance of doing that. I do find the timing of it at least a little bit intriguing. But yeah, so again, all we can do right now is speculate about where this could go. But as I said earlier, that's ultimately where I lie. And obviously the fact that he's doing 300, that you can't just like start piling, okay, now we're going to add this project and this and this and this and this and this and get it all, it's all going to be like happening within, 2 weeks of each other. But as I said earlier, it's like, to me, the question to ultimately ask is, if you are somebody who is let's see the rest of the story he started from Man of Steel, that's at currently where it's at with ZSJL, does this make it this development, does this make it more or less likely for that to happen, at some point in the future? Well, in the next, 5-10 years, whatever that is, I would say this makes that more likely. I would say that this does move the needle on that. And of course, I mean, obviously the logistics of that is that's a whole other can of worms. And William talked about like, yeah, this could take the form of like we could put the story out, in comic form and like kind of see what kind of traction it takes from there. But yeah, that's ultimately where I stand. I think that's the main takeaway I think fans should take from this, is that does this move the needle on seeing this story completed in some form or fashion within the next 5 to 10 years? I would say it does, and I would also say it does move the needle on potentially releasing the director's cut of Sucker Punch. So that's
I don't care about that.
come on, man.
I don't care about that. Sorry, but yeah, like I said, I don't think. I think the paper thing could happen whether this still happened or not, because that happens at the level that Zazoff. I don't even know if he goes down to the DC Comics basement.
Probably not.
But by the way, to answer your question, the Batman is generally the best-selling comic that DC has. On a low end, it sells 91,000 copies per month. Its average in is about 100,000 copies a month. So if you were to get something that approached that or eclipse that in any way, shape, or form, that's a hit, because that will be a non-linear. You already know you have your certain comics and what they sell. If you were to pull something out like this, that's not an IP that you've exploited, and you put in another 100,000 copies or something like that, that's a success, and it costs you nothing really. I mean, like I said, I did the sad part about how Warner Brothers and WB and DC is ran, when there's so many ways to really blast it out there, sucks. But that's something that could help. I mean, and Jim Lee is the guy to do it. He's right there, even before animation, even before you get to the animation, because believe it or not, animation is kind of risky. It's cheaper than live action, of course, but it's not nearly as risk averse as the comic.
Well, these days, I don't know if I'd even say animation is cheaper, because like some of the, like, it depends on what kind of animation you're talking about. Like Pixar, I mean, they're posting like $200 million budgets on like a Toy Story movie.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that. but I wouldn't want to see like My Adventures of Superman type of animation either. I would want to see. I don't think that animation fits this type of story. Not that it's bad. I don't. It's not for me. But you want something stoic that fits.
Yeah.
The tone of what you're trying to tell. So you might want to have to do, the type of animation that they did on like when we saw Blade Runner, the Blackout, something like that, or something like that. Something like or you could use different styles. You could go. I mean, there's different ways to do it if you did that animation. But for me, the comic books are already there. You have a plethora of artists that I think can make it happen. But yeah, I think this is just something that people will expect. The bottom line is here. No matter what it is, fans need to stop saying never. All of us need to stop saying never.
And by the way,
all of us need to stop trying to project what business people with extra zeros next to their name are going to do from the sidewalk looking up at the penthouse. It just doesn't work that way.
And I mean, to take it a little bit further, I mean, it's like listen, Zach and the people currently running the studio, they are very aware of the push for this and the desire for this. So it's not at this point, it's not a matter of like whether or not they need to be persuaded that there are people who want this. It's a matter of they need to deciding, is this something we want to pursue? And of course, I've seen RJ, a number of people point out, and Film Junkie brought this up too. This could also open the door. Zach has talked about wanting to do like a one-to-one kind of adaptation of a Dark Knight Returns, because BVS is heavily inspired.
I don't agree with this, RJ. I don't agree with this. Yeah. I don't agree that audience don't want Elseworlds. You've never given them an opportunity to reject anything like that. So you can't. The only basis you have for Elseworlds is what they've done in the comics, and they are outrageously successful in the comics. There's never been a situation where it has been theatrically presented. So you can't really say that audience don't only want theatrical movies. Don't want it also. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Clarify. Are you saying? Oh, I see what he's saying. I'm sorry. You're saying only theatrical. No, the only reason why Elseworlds
he's clarified right here.
Got you. Yeah, because the only way Elseworlds makes any sense is if you have a main line that contrasted. I think they would eat them both up. I think fans would eat. Like I said, you can do as many Batman as you want to, as long as they are all good. You start putting out some campy, low budget bullshit. That's the problem. But you could give me 3 Batman. Give me Reeves' Batman, give me Affleck Batman, and give me a Gunn Batman. And if they're all distinctively different and they're all good, you think they're all not going to be successful? You think anybody? And like I said, I do have something to add to the ban list. That whole let Gunn do his own thing, and we're not compete with anyone. All that bullshit.
Oh, the compete.
That's where we're going on to the next page of the ban list.
Is it now officially 2 pages?
Yeah, that's going to be the first entry on page number 2. The whole, why would they do that? Let James Gunn cook and do his thing. Fuck that. Fuck that out of every hole. Do not leave money on the table. If James Gunn is doing something that's great, fine. Why would I not want to diversify and make money everywhere? That's Warner Brothers' problem. Leaving money on the table. I told you, give me that first 48 that forensic Batman, that's just that hard-nosed, autopsy-driven NCIS, CIS type of thing, but it's Batman, and you can give me a Robin, because like I said, depending on how you write Robin can go places Batman cannot. He can talk to people, he can be on the streets, he can be in places that culturally Batman would never be able to get into, and he would get information. And that's different than the fantastical Batman that you might put in a mainline movie or a series. I mean, it's different. There's no reason this single-minded, we can't do that because we're doing this. What are you, a fucking Dalmatian? You only be trained to do certain tricks? Come on now. Let's be smarter about this.
Come on, man. You sound like Joe Biden there. Come on, man. But yeah, that's
aviators. I got aviators.
Yeah, that's but now of course, so we'll all definitely looking forward to the details of how this develops, and I did also mention we stepped away, like what is this? It is maybe worth speculating, like what does this what, if anything, does this say with like Zach's future projects with Netflix? And I think you would probably say no, doesn't really say anything either way.
No, I
Like
I,
as
I
far
don't
as
think
Rebel Moon or what have you.
people keep telling me Dan Lin is going to come in and do this, do that, and I'm like, no. Um, I mean, I think the stuff that he's already got coming is already in the works. But like I said, even if Dan Lin, like I said, Dan Lin is the current guy. All Dan Lin is the guy holding the position for the next guy. I mean, so I don't think I think the numbers were there enough. Whether Rebel Moon was critically received, Netflix. You think Netflix gives a fuck whether you critically receive their shit? All
And
they
we're not,
care about is that you receive their shit.
and we're not even like really done with the Rebel Moon, journey, because we're still waiting on the full versions, the extended cuts, and tentatively in August, which those they put out like some new titles on those, which is kind of interesting. The extended cuts are going to have, different subtitles than what the PG-13 cuts did. So I don't know. It sounds interesting, but
I'm not. I tried, guys. I gave it a try. I'm like, well, you got to watch Superman because unlike Batman and X-Men, which 90s nonsense that I've banned, I never had a problem with the Superman of that era. I've never had a problem in general with Superman in animation because they never really changed the character to make it suitable. Superman, by the nature of what he is, for the most part, has been suitable for many ages for almost his entire existence. Whereas Batman and the X-Men, especially Cliff Claremont's X-Men, were not. So I've never had a problem with Superman on animation. So I gave My Adventures of Superman, I did not. That animation style is I just don't, it's not for me. I don't like the story and I don't like the pacing of the story, but I'm not, you don't see me, you very rarely see me. I haven't bashed it. I don't dislike, I just not for me, man.
The show's been, the show has like as far as like the animation style, I've enjoyed the show, but as far as like, I mean, animation style, it can definitely impact your experience with the animated series or movie. I mean, the Tomorrowverse definitely ran into that with me. And as far as like animated shows, the only DC animated show I really had that issue with was the Green Lantern Cartoon Network show from about like 10 years ago, because it looked a little bit too like Buzz Lightyear to me. So I couldn't quite get into it because of that, unfortunately. But yeah, we're all kind of plant my judgment on this development with the 300 prequel series and Zach developing it with WB. And again, this is coming after a very tumultuous history between their working relationship previously. My verdict on this, what this means and what this could mean, is that in terms of does this move the needle on the Sucker Punch director's cut? Does this move the needle on Dark Knight Returns? Does this move the needle on somebody from Abney and DeLuca to Jim Lee to James Gunn potentially saying, hey, Zach, you got those whiteboards, let's go ahead and finish the story up? Does this development ultimately make those things more or less likely? I would say it makes them more likely.
I say it's the same as it was before. And I like I said, I want the comic book first. I want that comic book out there first, because that is the foundation. Whatever else you're going to do is based on the success of that foundation. And you have evidence now instead of guessing and hoping. All right, stop here. I don't hate animation.
You say it's 90s animation.
90s X-Men and Batman. Because there's other 90s animation that was fine.
It's just Superman. Superman the animated series, that is a really good show. If you have not seen that, that is a really.
No, I've seen it. I don't have no problem with it.
I mean, I'm talking about anybody in the audience tonight. If you haven't seen it, that is probably. I would say that's probably one of the best, like represent, in terms of like capturing the essence of the character. That's probably one of the best, most standout examples, I would say, and certainly the best in animation in terms of like an animated series. That's the gold standard for me, is Superman the animated series, for like Superman animated shows or movies.
Yeah. So clarify, guys. And that's why I clarified it on the ban list. It's mainly two specific cartoons: 1990s X-Men and the 1990s Batman animated series. All right. They didn't have to change. Notice Superman's not there. Why? Because Superman wasn't neutered and transformed and had all the chewy parts taken out so that the babies wouldn't choke on it. He basically turned my steak that was Batman into baby food. Can't swallow that steak? Well, guess what? When you grow up, you can eat that with your knife and fork. That's when you should be watching Batman. All right. So don't get it twisted, guys. Not all animation. We've featured animation on this show. Mainly just those two specific shows and the influence that they had, the unfortunate influence, in my opinion, that they had. Now I got people. This is another thing. The ban list is growing right now. Stop wishing for this X-Men 97 stuff to be the basis of the MCU.
It doesn't need to be because it's doing very well as its own thing. It's not. It doesn't have it's not tethered intrinsically to the MCU right now, and it's doing phenomenal. So there's no real
just
need
because
for
something
that to happen.
Just because something works somewhere doesn't mean you got to drag it and shove it into something else. Let that thing be its thing. Come on. All right.
I'm telling you, you keep doing that, Joe Biden. Come on, man. Let's see. We had a couple here too talking about and yeah, this does. William did talk about this, and this does bear repeating within the talk about everything we just said about Zack and 300 and DC stuff. Because the company is now, some have pointed out. I mean, this is not like a direct correlation, but the stock apparently did rise like $1 since we got this news. So, okay, maybe they are a little bit on the mend, but their stock is still very much in the toilet. But so let's climb up into double digits again before we start popping the champagne on that. But yes, this is a valid point. The state of the company is such, and the omnipresent talk of this merger or sale or whatever the next cycle of WB's life would be. Yeah, that does very much warrant factoring into this. So obviously we're gonna have to see where that goes with it. But again, all of this is speculation right now. Everything we're just saying. So I don't know. It's like and with this news, actually, William, does this? Do you think? Is this news about 300 like any kind of indicator one way or the other direction the company is going to you?
No, I still think that the people that are at that level, which is DeLuca and Abler, are going to continue to do their jobs. I do think that it's going to go through a management change one way or another, either via purchase, via merger, or via just Zazoff deciding, you know what, I'm in my mid 60s. I've done. I can't do any more here. The next guy is going to have to take it into the. Some people just know where they're at in life and where they're at in their accomplishments, and between it sometime in the relative near future, I don't see that. I see another major management shift from top to bottom. So, and that's just what happens in these corporations. But when you have a company like this that's going through what it's going through now. There's got to be changes because you don't want your stock to be at that level forever. You can't sit on that kind of debt forever. That kind of debt drags your stock price and the value of your company now. So a merger with a much larger company, I think would do better, would do everybody good, and it would allow Zaslav to take his buyout and go wherever he wants to go. But like I said, I think that you're definitely going to get some new leadership here pretty soon. That's just my guess.
Okay, so I don't know. Have we got anything else we haven't touched upon with this?
No, yeah. Let's move on to.
Okay, yeah. So we those are our thoughts on this 300 Zack Snyder WB development and the theoretical avenues that could take. Again, so all that we can do right now is hypothesize, but that's kind of where we both stand on is that it is what William said is like in business in this industry you'll never say never, and this is proof positive of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so next topic, what do we got?
Here we go.
Oh, by the way, a little movie perp asks, no, Star Wars has never been a banned topic. Why would it be a topic?
Not yet.
Ooh, toy commercials.
Where things are not what they seem. It is the world of the Transformers.
Transformers, more than meets the eye. Autobots face their plan to destroy the evil forces of the Decepticons. The Transformers, robots in disguise. Transformers, more than meets the eye.
The Transformers from Marvel Comics.
The Transformers, more than meets the eye. Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of the Decepticons. The Transformers, more than meets the eye. The Transformers, robots in disguise.
Attack the Autobot commander! Call in an Decepticon leader!
Transformers, more than meets the eye.
The Transformers from Hasbro.
Transformers, more than meets the eye. Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of the Decepticons. The Transformers, more than meets the eye. The Transformers, robots in disguise.
Young Brad blurred out.
Get more Autobots!
The Transformers, more than meets the eye.
The Transformers from Hasbro. Tired of losing battle after battle in the sky, the Autobots create the ultimate robot jet, Jetfire.
The Transformers, more than meets the eye.
But the evil Decepticons have a secret.
Of the 6 Autobot mini-car packages, motorized Transformers. You can tell if they're Autobots
These are all from 84 to 86.
their symbol. Transformer mini.
All right, so you get the idea. Now, when I was a kid, this was the shit. You had all that stuff you saw there was die cast. This is Generation 1 Transformers before they realized that die-cast Transformers weren't a good idea because die-cast they used die-cast parts on plastic gears and plastic joints, and it would, as you transformed into, it would get all loose and shit. So they would start to use the plastic for the next generation of Phase 1. Transformers, for those of us that were living in America, if you were living in Asia or living in Japan at the time, you looked at Transformers as some knockoff bullshit that you just laughed at us. But if you were in America, you're like, oh, fuck, this is cool. Because it came from Japan. But the way Transformers came about here in America is the comic actually came first, if I can remember. The comic came first. They would, just like you saw there, they would advertise a comic and then the toys would come out. Because if you, they needed, they wanted to build a story to sell the toys. You know, at first they were just selling, they were just trying to sell the toys and they weren't doing well. Actually, GoBots was outselling them in the beginning, but then they started to Hasbro and everybody else started to use the cartoon, and it's and the same thing with G.I. Joe, and G.I. Joe was even more ridiculous in their storytelling. Especially somebody who was growing up on a military base and like, okay, they just jumped out of that plane that the laser was in that. They jumped out of the plane that was exploding and landed on the ground and started running and started shooting. So, yeah, there were some issues there, but you know what? Here we go.
He'll fight for freedom wherever there's trouble. G.I. Joe is there.
It's here, the G.I. Joe collection. Infantry trooper. Codename Grunt. Bazooka soldier. Codename Zap. Motor soldier. Codename. Codename Flash. Ranger. Codename Stalker. Communications officer. Codename Breaker. Machine gunner. Codename Rock and Roll. Counterintelligence. Codename Scarlet. Commando. Codename Snake Eyes. Each sold separate.
Snake Eyes.
Oh, from Hasbro.
He'll fight for freedom wherever there's trouble. G.I. Joe is there. G.I. Joe.
Almost captured our attack cannon! Call it G.I. Joe! Go get Breaker! He can do it!
He never gives up. He'll stay till the fight's won.
Get the rapid fire motorcycle!
I had that.
G.I. Joe is there. G.I. Joe.
Ow! He did it!
You've not seen the last of Cobra.
G.I. Joe and Cobra the Enemy. Each sold separately from Hasbro.
I don't know why that kid's
He'll fight for freedom wherever there's trouble. G.I. Joe is there. G.I. Joe.
Cobra's attack hero when Winter Outpost. Call them the members of the G.I. Joe team.
And here's Gung Ho, Airborne, Doc, and Snow Job. And every Joe has a two-handed battle grip.
Get aboard the Battle Bear. It's G.I. Joe to the rescue.
G.I. Joe, American hero.
We chased off Cobra. Way to go, Joe.
G.I. Joe Battle Bear, Joe and Cobra figures each sold separately from Hasbro.
Trooper, codename Rakundo.
And manning the howitzer?
That's the flamethrower, codename
Barbecue.
Blowtorch.
Oh,
And the
bullshit.
Halo
Okay,
Jumper,
yeah.
codename Ripcord.
Who's by the bivouac?
That's the dog handler, codename Mutt. And
By the way, Ripcord came with his own parachute. You could throw him, and he would actually float out of the air. It's kind of cool, man.
his dog.
Ain't not seen the last of Cobra.
Watchtower, Howitzer, Bivouac, and G.I. Joe figures each sold separately from Hasbro.
Now we're getting
Way
pretty
to
cool.
go, Joe.
G.I. Joe hovercraft comes with driver, other figures and equipment sold separately from Hasbro.
He'll fight for freedom wherever there's trouble. G.I. Joe is there. G.I. Joe.
Cobra Invasion. Get the G.I. Joe Sky Striker. Ace the Airborne. Let's get those turkeys. We're going to get Cobra this time. Our combat jets are on the way. Hey, check my missiles. They're A-OK. Great, I'm going down for a closer look. Way to go, Joe!
G.I. Joe Sky Striker comes with ace and two parachutes. Other figures sold separately from
This was cool. I don't know why Ace was wearing some astronaut shit because an F-14 Tomcat, he's flying a Tomcat, is not going high enough for that. And then when you watch the cartoons, they're just Lady J and Scarlet are just jumping in these jets with no oxygen, nothing. They're just jumping in there. And then when it would land, they would jump out and land on the ground, no ladder, no nothing. But hey, it was all good. It was the 80s.
Hasbro.
Where's that aircraft?
Cobra Rattler. The wickedest weapon yet, you know. Rattler's gonna get G.I. Joe.
Introducing the Cobra Rattler.
Check my missile!
All right, A-10 Warthog. My dad knew an A-10 Warthog because he was in the Air Force. Knew an A-10 Warthog. He bought this, and all those missiles on there are legit missiles. The markings on there, the anti-personnel and the heat rounds and everything else that you see on there, that's all legit. And this is a toy. The only thing about this that was bullshit is that it shot lasers, which is, still nonsense. And it was a vertical takeoff thing, which is you couldn't do. Everything else, the gun, the 60 millimeter cannon that you see, that was all legit, man. It's cool.
Rattler's gonna stop Joe!
G.I. Joe, American
It's
hero.
Rattlers!
G.I. Joe is there.
We're outnumbered! Not
Oh. And that Rattler came with a guy that basically had a porn star name. The pilot of the Rattler was named Wild Weasel.
Yeah, this is like
No
a
shit.
4-star name.
Cobra Rattler comes with pilot, other G.I. Joe and Cobra figures and equipment sold separately from Hasbro.
And
I got it! Wow!
yeah, this right here.
Introducing the
you got
G.I. Joe USS Flag aircraft carrier. Imagine being on the deck of this aircraft carrier.
The USS Flag is fantastic! It's so big! All right, blasters! Get ready to launch aircraft! Where's the Admiral? Not here!
G.I. Joe.
Fire! Restart Cobra! Go, Joe!
G.I. Joe USS Flag aircraft carrier comes with what you see here. Other figures and equipment sold separately from Hasbro.
Okay, that thing was massive, and it floated.
Oh, so you can put it like in a swimming pool?
Yeah, my uncle.
Oh,
who
wow. I never had that.
Served on the USS Enterprise aircraft carrier, and he was a master chief. He was on an aircraft carrier. He was what they call chief of the boat. And he got that from my cousin, and I was like, "What the hell?" My dad got us all the Air Force stuff and Army stuff, but he got the. This is massive. Dude, it was so expensive, but here we are. Some bad movies later, some really good ones. A 1986 film that traumatized people because Transformers movies was not accepted the way they thought it was going to be. Maybe because you were murdering people's toys on, on TV. But the death of Optimus Prime and all that stuff. But since then, you had the Bay movies, which are, like I said, have been successful. I mean, overall, you can't really blink an eye. And now we have G.I. Joe and Transformers crossover coming up, and I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel. I've been disappointed in the last few Transformers movies.
RJ thinks he knows how you feel.
I don't know, man, because like I said, it's the last Transformers movie was kind of weak. Beast Wars, to me, was a ripoff. Unicron has been around for 36, 37 years, and it took you 20 years to get a proper toy out. Now I finally get to see Unicron in the movie. I'm like, I'm just like, wow, this is going to be cool. Orson Welles is cheering from the grave. The last role he played was Unicron in Transformers the movie, and now live action Unicron, here he come. Only to have that pretty much get Rise of the Silver Surfer with the Galactus smoke monster type situation. Yeah, Unicron was there, but he didn't do shit. And the premise about Unicron was kind of stupid. So then I get the business card about, wow, look me up, kid. I think we could use you. And then it's G.I. Joe. And I'm like, part of me, 10-year-old me got excited. Grown-ass me was like, yeah, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, because pull up Aaron here real quick, because first from the West, we were pretty much like you, American. Yeah, were you big into G.I. Joe growing up, Aaron? He's asking, I wonder how many parents in America on the West allowed their daughters to play with G.I. Joe. So
Oh, by the way, I saw that kid, no black kids playing with G.I. Joe. Well, not in the commercials. And I don't know why those kids were blurred. I guess because they're minors now and they're not actors.
Yeah, it might be.
Probably.
But yeah, that could be the case. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's because I was so with G.I. Joe as a kid. So
I love these fucking things, dude.
I don't know. Maybe because maybe it was the opposite effect from me, like having a father in the military. I kind of felt like I don't know. It's like my mind is like kind of just venturing, like in terms of like fantasy stuff was kind of venturing a little bit outside of that. So, but not to say I didn't play around with G.I. Joe at all, but it wasn't quite as big a sacred cow for me. One thing I've always kind of wondered. I wonder if they would ever do this, and maybe this does make me like a little bit of a odd man out. Is are they ever going to bring Sergeant Savage into it? Remember when they had Sergeant Savage in the 90s? Because he was kind of like an offshoot of G.I. Joe.
I was done.
Really?
Yeah. Well, because I had outgrown it, and it was more of a collector type thing with me, and I just collected the vintage stuff. Now we have the movies, but what we also have. Let me go get this because this is really cool.
Yeah. Well, also Aaron's asking who is your favorite G.I. Joe character. Well, for me, nope, Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes.
Flint. Flint was my favorite G.I. Joe growing up. Flint was our second in command. He was a warrant officer. He was a helicopter pilot. Came with the shotgun, and he was at the time at the height of G.I. Joe in the 80s. He was one of the most. Him and Snake Eyes. They were the main core cast, and then they would bring in character called Quick Kick, which one of the most ridiculous characters to ever come to G.I. Joe. He's a stunt. He's not even a real martial artist. He's a stunt dude that they happen upon out, and it was called the Pyramids of Darkness, which is a cartoon. They meet him out in the snow somewhere doing stunt work, no shoes, not dressed for snow. Oh, I know all this karate and I can fight Snake Eyes for a couple minutes. Snake Eyes is his ninja. You should have lasted 2 seconds. No stuntman is beating a ninja, but that was fun. Yeah, they had ridiculous characters, but my favorite one was Flint. Flint was cool. He came with a shotgun, and his uniform was the most accurate as far as like certain ones, in G.I. Joe. And I had to learn this, because like I said, uniform, even when I grew up with a guy in uniform, obviously. So uniforms were very important to me as far as being, even as a kid. And then, in G.I. Joe, we wear whatever we want to because we're a special so-and-so. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. I guess that's why the Master Sergeant and Duke is giving Flint orders, which would never work because, that just doesn't go that way. But, that's just, it was, and I had to accept that. But I did, in the stuff.
Yeah, I was also a Ninja Force lover. I mean,
see, that's when that was like the death throes of G.I. Joe.
You know what's really the death throes of G.I. Joe? When the '94 Street Fighter movie came out, and you can look this up. It's like
I'm banning this movie. I'm banning Street Fighter.
Oh,
movies.
Why?
Because
Assassin's Fist is awesome. Assassin, but
we're already on the second page. So
Assassin's Fist, best video game movie ever. But okay, and Aaron's discovering that too because she's watching it. Or have you finished that, by the way, Aaron?
You're corrupting people
Oh no,
from
I'm
an ocean
enlightening.
away.
I'm enlightening
You and
people
this
from an ocean
feral
away.
shit. Aaron is like becoming the Anakin Skywalker of the damn show. Resist.
No,
Resist.
I'm enlightening people. But no, but Street Fighter. What? Because Street Fighter, yeah, it was kind of it was a. Oh yeah, Raul Julia is like. I mean, he is. Oh my God, Raul Julia is M Bison. I mean, guys. I mean, that by itself was like, come on. But anyway, so the '94 Street Fighter, if it feels like a GI Joe movie, that was kind of the intent, because what it was GI Joe, it was kind of in the gutter at that point. So when they were making the Street Fighter movie in '94, and they were making. Of course, they were coordinating with like a whole bunch of toy companies, then with Capcom, and what they tried to do is said, oh, we can reinvigorate GI Joe by we can kind of like we can kind of morph it into Street Fighter. We can by like taking like the GI Joe foundation and like repackage it as Street Fighter. It didn't work, but
my ears are bleeding right now.
I didn't say it worked. I just said they were trying to do that.
This is an awful time to even be associated with GI Joe. I'm sorry. This is bad. I remember all this. This is like you had to go into rehab just to forget shit like this. But hey,
I didn't say it worked. I just said they did it.
So, like I said, some of the biggest parts of Transformer and GI Joe storytelling was in the comics. And by the way, these comics, this is a reprint of GI Joe #1, were vicious. And there was always a dispute between like the stuff that they would show on TV and in the comic where they killed people. They killed people. They killed main characters that were still on the show. They were dead. The Pit, Quick Kick, Quick Kick's another. Quick got killed. There was a whole bunch of G.I. Joe's characters that they would kill off in the comics. But they would use the comics. They would actually have commercials for the comics. The Crimson Commandos, the twins, Tomax and Zaymont, which I got as a kid. They were the twins. They introduced them in a story in the comic before the toy came out and before they were on the show. So they had a 3-step process: comic book, show, toy, and they were all meant to sell the toy. So this is 1980. This is a reprint. Image reprinted it because Image took over the brand. So it's an exact reprint of GI Joe #1. This is a famous cover. So 1982 is when that came out. So now Image is doing it. IDW has done it. Image is doing both Transformers and GI Joe. So now I've shown these before. Transformers Energon, which is actually a pretty decent seller. I don't know how because these covers are bad. And there's more Transformers. And then I have the GI Joe ones have the new ones. This is the way they look now. There's Snake Eyes on the cover. That's how you do it. The classic GI Joe logo, which is since the '60s has been world renowned.
Yeah, I got a lot. Actually, GI Joe was one of those things I actually got a lot more into as an adult. There are a number of things like GI Joe that's like I was like casually into as a kid, but it's like I've become much more invested in as an adult. And GI Joe would definitely fall in that.
Now they have separate titles. Like Duke has his own title miniseries. Cobra Commander has his own. The covers are really nice on these. They're eye catching. This is Cobra Commander, but there's a Dreadnought. For those of you who don't know the Dreadnought, that was Zartan's group. Zartan was my favorite Cobra one because he can change color. When you bought him, if you put him out in the sun, he changed color. Because in the cartoon and the comics, he could blend into the surroundings. There's Cobra Commander with Destro in his mask. And but yeah, I got a couple more here that are good. But so far, those titles are doing well. I don't know where the toys are at. As far as I know, there's different dolls and different things like that. But I don't know if the toys will ever be as big as they are. But now we have movies coming out. I don't like the first GI Joe movies. The GI Joe Retaliation, GI Joe, I think were bad movies. And I hope that these new movies are something different, something that is true to GI Joe. I think the biggest problem with GI Joe and film is they were afraid to be as ridiculous as GI Joe is designed to be. It's almost like they were trying to hold on to some sense of reality when GI Joe is at its best when it's ridiculous. and over the top. And I don't think those movies ever came close to being that. They had a lot of star power, but the story weren't good. Every depiction of every character was a disappointment for me. Destro, everybody. I mean, just I can't name one character in any of those either of those movies that was like, wow, I feel that. So hopefully this time around, and then you had that awful Snake Eyes movie. So hopefully this time around they actually are GI Joe. Embrace the ridiculousness that is GI Joe if you're going to do GI Joe. So that's GI Joe. The lasting effect of GI Joe, those commercials, those cartoons, those comics.
Well,
Been waiting years for them to do it right. Hopefully this time.
Is there? This is kind of a weird question because, by the way, Aaron, it's like no. It's like no. I'm not. You're not being corrupted. You're being enlightened.
I mean, that's what the emperor said.
Enlightened.
Corrupted.
Well, now that I'm finished enlightening Aaron, because obviously Top Gun, like back in the like the 80s, famously. It was used as a recruiting tool for the Navy, and it was famously was very successful. Is there any like documentation on GI Joe like having any kind of like similar effect for military enlistment?
I don't know. I know for me it was that was like that was one of the other than me growing up in a military family, GI Joe was the other influence. But I don't know. I know personally, yeah, it was. But like Top Gun was probably a bigger one because it was real. It was real jets. It was a real, not a real pilot, but real circumstances. And GI Joe was aimed. By the time us watching, most of us grew into adulthood or grew into those recruitment windows, we weren't watching Transformers. We were probably watching Top Gun and everything else. The 17, 18-year-old that was aimed towards an older audience that was in high school. And from there, because I remember in Top Gun, they have recruiters.
Like in the lobbies for that, and it apparently it like shot like Navy aviator recruitment up by like 400% when that came out. I mean, and I'm kind of wondering, did Maverick any kind of comparable similar effect for recruitment? I mean, I would
probably
imagine
not.
So. Really?
After two wars, military is not the. It's not the not the go-to for a lot of people as it was when you see something on Hollywood and go into the military, and when you see actual wars that happened since 2001 all the way up until recently, kind of loses its attractiveness to that crowd. The people who are dedicated and third and fourth generation military people like myself, we'll still go in, but that average guy that recruiter can make a spiel to, it's like, hey, come join the Army or the Marines. Ooh, there were people that were getting deployed that didn't want to be in the military anymore because they didn't want to deploy. So can you imagine now?
Yeah, that's true.
Those wars.
RJ says, "I hope to God they're not using the Snake Eyes movie's continuity for this year."
Probably
not, because that movie did not perform well. I didn't even have a problem with it other than like again they got too shaky with the camera work and some of the fight scenes, but otherwise, I mean, I thought it was all right.
That movie should have literally cost people their careers. That's how
bad it probably did at the executive level.
That movie was horrible, and I can't even think. I remember talking to Enosh, and we were trying to find.
I know he hated it.
We were trying to find a redeeming quality about it, and we couldn't. Between the 3 or 4 of us that were on the screen, we couldn't. Other than that, it made us laugh in places that it was not supposed to make us laugh. It was that hurt. That did a lot of damage to the GI. I'm surprised we're getting anything, because that movie did a lot of damage to the franchise's credibility. So I'm happy to see that it didn't completely sink G.I. Joe potential. So
also, Chris Hemsworth has been casted. I would imagine he's most likely going to be Duke. I think he's probably Duke.
I hope he takes some acting classes between now and then. Serpentor was great. They bought him out in the comic books, and they bought him out. And I bought Serpentor too because he came with a chariot. It was fucking cool. And he had this big, ridiculous cobra head that he would wear, and he had snakes that he could throw at you. So he wore snakes. He was an emperor. Cobra Emperor was his title. But he could take those snakes off and throw them at you. I'm like, ooh, that's kind of cool. And he was made, I remember the cartoon, he was made, they went to each, they went to see Julius Caesar's. They got DNA from all the great leaders and made a composite clone. and it was Serpentor, and it was kind of cool because it was Cobra Commander. I remember the commercial for Serpentor. Cobra Commander was just losing his mind, going crazy, and Dr. Mindbender and Destro. Dr. Mindbender is another ridiculous action figure now when you come to think about it. They said we got to replace him. He's unstable, and that's how Serpentor came about. All right. Wow, here you go again.
No, let's skip the comments. As we're talking, you guys are putting a million comments in. It's like we gotta.
And also, do like this. You got to aim them at us because I don't know if you guys are talking.
Yeah, yes, that's also very pertinent. Yeah.
William, Transformer G.I. Joe movie will be like Dark Side of the Moon, but lame. Because it won't be Michael Bay based Transformer 2's already featured Joe Commandos. Nah, they weren't really. I mean, they were commandos. They were Air Force Special Ops, but the Street Fighter movie was not great. You guys are passing some shit around.
Street Fighter Assassin's this, I'm telling you. And Aaron has gotten this, I'm telling you. It is the best video game.
You know what? We may have to ban Aaron. We may have to put Aaron because you've corrupted her now.
I'm not corrupted. It's not corruption. It's enlightenment.
For Aaron's own good, we may have to ban. We have to separate.
No. We're feral kid truthers. We are united.
You guys are. I hate to see her go down a ridiculous path of you.
No, man.
All right, what else we got on there? We've covered 300. We've covered. So now we're going to cover the Joker.
Oh, Joker.
My Joker. All right, the Joker. Mark Hamill, you're the GOAT for what they asked you to do. You're not the Joker. All right, my Joker is a vicious, psychotic motherfucker. Doesn't care about anything. You cannot be reasoned with. He's a mass murderer. Does awful things to people. Up to and including beating them over the head with a lead pipe, gassing hundreds of people to death at the same time at an embassy, electrocuting them till they fry to the bone. That's the Joker. Joker first appeared in April of 1940 in a comic. Do I still have it? Batman #1. Somebody bought it. Not the original copy. I would not be here. I would have sold it already and gone on vacation. But Batman #1 is when the Joker first appeared, and he was violent then. Remember, we're talking about the 40s.
No, Aaron, you will never be banned. Never, ever.
For your own good, Baron.
Nope.
I have to get you away from Brad.
No. He's being facetious.
Obi-Wan and Yoda.
Obi-Wan and
Yoda did not do what they needed to do to get Anakin away.
I'm enlightening.
Away from the Emperor.
It's not corruption. It's enlightenment.
You've been corrupted.
Enlightenment.
Poor thing.
Enlightenment.
Nothing personal, but here you go. That's what the Joker looks like. Bill Finger.
Enlightenment.
Bob Kane. Kind of gruesome. But he was killing people from the very first time you saw him. This was a murderer. This was an outright murderer. And lives in these comics meant nothing. Sort of. A little bit more organized in the head and not as quiet. Definitely not as quiet. But the Joker was...
he's a sadistic. He's definitely a sadistic.
And there's like... there you go. You see like an evolution of him from the very first time you see him. Then that's him as a Red Hood, the original Red Hood. This one is him as a Killing Joke. And Neil Adams era. But the Joker was, like I said, it was he has his moments. Obviously, through the 50s and 60s, he came kind of campy. The Cesar Romero Joker, although I enjoyed it as a kid, and hindsight, I look back at it, and I'm like, oh no, I can see where this was misrepresentative of what Kane and Finger meant the Joker to be, which was a violent psychopath that Batman had you straddle his morals not to kill. Because every time he let the Joker go and he just put him in Arkham or he put him in jail, Joker escapes and kills people. And every time Batman has to think, is that on me for not snapping his neck? is every person he kills now on me, because I knew that they couldn't hold him. I knew that they couldn't clear him. And I mean, he always sided on, just keep locking him up. But every time Joker would kill every appearance. I mean, there used to be no such thing as a Joker not killing some poor sap. A cop, a bystander, some henchman that he paid off and needed to get rid of so that, he couldn't tell anybody what he was up to. Here, shake my hand, and the buzzer would fry him. And it would stay that way until, the 50s and 60s. Once we got into the 80s, and once again, it was Frank Miller that really helped get him back to his homicidal tendencies. Then we had Jack Nicholson play him, which was, in my opinion, here you go. Here are the cinematic interpretations of the Joker. For better or worse, here they are. Obviously, we have Heath Ledger there. We have Jack Nicholson, Cesar Romero. Oh my goodness!
Painting over his mustache.
He's painting over his mustache because at the time, Cesar Romero was a famous Mexican star, and his mustache was a part of his look. That's part of the culture that was back then, part of his look. And he didn't see Batman as something worth shaving his mustache off, so he would paint over the mustache, and you could see it. Oh, jeez. And then you have, in my opinion, the greatest cinematic version of the Joker right there. Rest in peace. The very last role he was working on that he did, Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger is, for Joker to be around for 70 some odd years at that time, you pretty much were just taking different angles at the Joker. There was no transformative Joker that really hit it. Heath Ledger's was. Heath Ledger's was a transformative character that tackled something and changed the trajectory of a character that has been around decades upon decades. Joaquin Phoenix did his thing. I like Jared Leto's Joker. I think, would I like him outside of the story that was being told for him? No. But within the context of what Snyder was doing for both Suicide Squad and where that Joker would end up and his long-term story, I thought it fit his story. Yeah,
Nightmare Joker is that's probably my favorite, kind of alternate, here's do something different with the Joker. It's, Nightmare Joker is probably my favorite, in terms of movie looks. That's probably my favorite Joker look is Nightmare Joker.
Yeah, and that scene was epic.
Yeah.
So he was good for the story that was being told there. A lot of people try to knock that Joker, but within the context, each of these Jokers is the right Joker for the story that storyteller was telling. From the story that Nolan was telling, Heath Ledger's Joker was perfect for his. Same thing with Tim Burton. Same thing with all these guys to varying degrees. And then Matt Reeves' Batman. That's a Joker that Matt Reeves that fits his Batman. Todd Phillips, same thing. So there's no such thing as and when it comes to cinematic Jokers, it's a bad one. They all were right for the stories that their storytellers were telling. Now, obviously, we have they have included Mark Hamill's Joker. Not for me. That's fine. But he's a Joker. Not the Joker. The Joker in Gotham, I'm not even going to I don't even want to acknowledge
You mean Jerome?
Yeah, that was that whole show to me was a letdown from minute one. I don't see how it got any type of run, but it did. But oh well. But yeah, these are all different Jokers throughout the years. But as a reader, and I say this over and over again, once this is out, once this is on the shelf right here, there's no going back. There's no going back. This is the first printing I just picked up of The Killing Joke, by the way. Woohoo! 1988. This was the year of the Joker. This was the year he beat the shit out of Robin and allegedly killed him.
Did a lot worse than that.
Yeah, he kills Robin's mom. He beats Jason at the time. Caves Jason Todd's head in with a crowbar. Damien would make him pay later. Damien would beat the fuck out of him, but The Killing Joke to me was definitive Joker. There was the things he does here in this, the dialogue between him and Batman. Alan Moore is an asshole, but he's a genius. This was genius right here. I couldn't look at any other Joker the same way after the Killing Joke. Just couldn't do it. And so, okay, how many fucking types of insects are going to fly through this door? I don't even know what you are. Get away. Get off my keyboard. You want to die here in the heat? It's cooler outside. Anyway, one of the main reasons why I say when I see the Joker on the cartoon that aired in 1992, just 4 short years after I read this, I was like, wow, they ripped his nuts off. And we took a step towards not even Cesar Romero, something a little bit softer than that. It's a Killing Joke. I know a lot of people have issues with Three Jokers because of Jeff Johns. I still think Three Jokers is excellent. Reading material when it comes to Jokers, there's a lot out there today. His own series is excellent. Joker Wars is some of the more recent stuff in the last maybe 5 or 6 years. That's good. They have Origins of the Joker. If you ever read the Origin of the Joker, just take that with a grain of salt. It's whoever's writing it. That's their origin.
Potentially, Aaron. I mean, depending on how you may or may not read a Killing Joke and something may or may not happen in it.
What Aaron is referring to, and this is controversial. This is controversial today.
Yeah.
This is 1988. The Joker, he's trying to prove a point. It's the same point that Heath Ledger's Joker is trying to prove in The Dark Knight. That when people are pushed to the limits, their rules don't matter. Their morals don't matter. They'll feed on each other. And that's, in fact, he quoted him, you push people to the limit, they'll feed on each other like any other animal. Harvey Dent drove Harvey Dent. All he did was he didn't create Harvey Dent. Harvey Dent was already there. He just gave him a push. His point was to prove that people are only as good as their rules. And once you make them break those rules, they're savages. And what he did, his target, he had 2 targets in here. One of them was Batman, because Batman is law and order. Is law and order. But remember, in Batman's no crew rule, the one that everybody's always talked about, is not a rule that he always keeps. It's an aim. He has killed. Obviously, we've already had that discussion. But killing the Joker, in spite of all that, and for revenge, or just because he thinks it's the only way to stop him, is abandoning his rules. And if you go to the Dark Knight, you think, you'll have to break this rule if you want to save, one or the other. Same thing with here. So what he does is he pays a visit to the commissioner's house. Barbara is there. Shoots Barbara, single bullet, right through the spine. Paralyzes her for a whole bunch of stories. They beat Jim Gordon up and kidnap him. We're getting into some really sensitive stuff here, because he strips her naked and takes pictures of her. He takes those pictures and has kidnapped Jim Gordon and all these midgets and crazy things that he's got in this thing, but it's a beautiful story. And he ties him straps him naked to a chair and makes him watch all that. He shows him all the pictures, of her bleeding and wounded, before our ambulance or anything gets there. What he's trying to do is trying to, rob Jim Gordon of his ability to protect his loved ones and his family. He's helpless. His rules have put him in a place where he can't even protect his own daughter. And that's what the Joker's trying to prove. See, I'm about to drive you crazy. You, Jim Gordon, commissioner of the police, law and order, you're about to snap because of what I've just done. And Jim Gordon doesn't snap. When Batman rescues Jim Gordon, he tells Jim Gordon, bring him in by the book. We have to show him our way works, which is what the Joker was trying to do. He was trying to say that chaos was the dominant order and not law and order. What happens in here is pretty graphic. You see it for the most part. You see him shoot her. You see him So and that's why he's on the cover with the camera. That's referencing to that particular thing. If you watch the Killing Joke, the cartoon, this is not 90s animation. This is grown-up shit. They accurately depict it in the cartoon. I mean, the Joker's, what the fuck is this? Like, whatever. He's singing in the cartoon, which is like, ooh, that's bizarre. But the Killing Joke is a very, other than the Batman and Batgirl fling on the roof, whatever. But otherwise, it's very accurate, and I'm surprised that cartoon got made because this was a controversial scene then. Because a lot of women's organizations in the 80s were like, "This is abuse to women. This is sadistic, torture to woman. Why do you need to torture Jim Gordon that way?" And people, I'll flip through this page. They did. They didn't paralyze him, but he got the same treatment she did. That's what the Joker was. This right here, and other examples like that, is the core of what the Joker is. Once you understand this core of what he is, and if you go back and read some of the earlier stuff, the core of the Joker is chaos and obscenity. Once you know what that is, it's like you put on a different set of glasses and you can't unsee it now. I can't cartoonize this unless I'm doing the Killing Joke. I can't make this suitable for your tykes in their diapers sitting in front of Fox Kids TV or whatever the fuck it was on. I can't do that. Can't do that. Doing that takes away what this underscores what he is. And even though the Killing Joke is just one story, all the good Joker stories are based on that. Whether it be Frank Miller, but it's chaos, obscene chaos, over the top chaos, and trying to impress on you his sense of order, which is disorder and chaos. And there's no boundaries for him. What he did to her and here, this was shocking. I bet that it would be shocking to somebody who were to pick it up today.
Yeah.
Definitely shocking 36 years ago. But what he does to her in here is shocking today. And then once they put her in the wheelchair for all those years, you got a lot of new collectors like, how she ended up in the wheelchair. And then it would have the little asterisk "see Killing Joke." And not everybody was ready for this. So the Joker, the definitive Joker. In my opinion, I am biased, 100% biased. Is that and this is why I love Heath Ledger's portrayal of him, and this is why I like Jared Leto's portrayal of him as well, and even Joaquin Phoenix. Is that
Joaquin Phoenix? Yeah, he
went to a dark place.
Yeah,
he went to a dark place.
He's probably the one that kind of draws upon Killing Joke the most. I would say is Joaquin Phoenix. Because it's built upon the whole one bad day kind of idea of like somebody becoming the Joker.
Well, see, and Heath Ledger is already he's past that point where Joaquin's Joker is. He already knows that one bad day, and what he did, he's now trying to prove that that's the only way. Whereas Joaquin was coming into his own, everything happened. That guy, the society really, it's not an excuse. Society let Joaquin Phoenix's art reflect down.
Yeah.
His medication. Yeah. He didn't do anything. Everything that happened to him, he had no control over.
And that's why that moral panic leading into the movie was so stupid it's I mean, without getting like too political about it, I mean, I would go as far as to say like the story in Joker, it's like it's more relevant than ever. In terms of
remember a lot of that was because of Colorado as well.
Yeah.
It was most of that was because of what happened and where was it? Part of Denver.
You're talking about the theater that happened, the Dark Knight.
Yeah, during the Dark Knight, he came in dressed as Joker shooting people.
Well, he wasn't he wasn't actually dressed as Joker. That just kind of got.
He had green hair.
Yeah, it kind of got like warped into a story like that as the initial reporting started with it, but yeah.
Well, he when they interviewed him, he was inspired. Yeah, when they interviewed him, he was inspired by the Joker.
But anyway, they ended up like taking that and sort of like conflating that with Joaquin Phoenix. And I think what happened was they ended up not showing the movie at that specific theater that happened. But
the problem, this is when we got our security briefing on it, is that was heavily influenced by that. It was you could not take measures because of you had a guy who was inspired by the Joker shoot up a theater, and the problem got worse as far as that type of situation happening. By the time Joker was released, it had ballooned into a major problem. So you had not only was the movie violent, but even before anybody had ever seen Joker, we still had the specter of Colorado in our heads. Joker, it was like on his base level, that Joker, it was inspired, or that character, that person who did that shooting had been inspired by that, and now we have a movie about that same character that could potentially inspire others. So it was a legitimate concern. You would be derelict in your duties if you did not take the measures that law enforcement did leading up to Joker. Even if you might think it's overblown in hindsight, being there on the ground and being a part of that promotion and having the dogs and shit sniff around us and having to pull out and do our IDs and verify and triple check and all that stuff, knowing where we were at as a country with that type of violence, you'd be irresponsible if you did not take the type of measures. And I know theaters locally that took extra measures and hired extra security because you just had to. You know what I mean? And yeah, he was like I said, he was inspired by it. And you know, all it takes is one person. And that, you know, when we think about The Dark Knight Rises, a lot of people don't even think about the movie. They think about that. So it's kind of
well, including Bale. I mean, he said he can't watch the movie because of that, which is so heartbreaking that he can't watch like one of his own Batman movies because of a tragedy that you know, befell the opening night of it in one movie theater. But yeah.
Okay, I don't know what clearly means to you, RJ, because you're wrong. I did. And it in no way, shape, or form compares to what he did in The Killing Joke and the tone that's set. Maybe we watched two different cartoons, but no, that is G-rated and compared to the potential that Alan Moore tapped into in The Killing Joke. Sorry. And that version of the Joker is nowhere near vicious as the mid 80s to late 80s depictions of the Jokers, or it is just not. I'm sorry.
I've kind of asked this myself: is there going to be mass hysteria on Joker 2, the first one they're going to have? I would think because the first one came and went without incident, and that I would think that there's not going to be a moral panic around this one. But
it's not moral panic. That's the wrong word to use. It's not. It has nothing to do with morals. You would be a absolute fucking moron if, you know, I'm not calling you a moron, Brad, if you did not take the measures that they took in 2019. You would not be worth your job in any type of security apparatus or anything that regards people being safe. If you did not take the measures that they took in 2019, you should resign your job because you're no good at it. Now, that being said, we still have a problem, but it's not centered at, there wasn't anything inspired by this particular character in the interim. So yes, you are right in that respect. However, who knows? Who knows? It's still the Joker. It's still, especially this Joker. A lot of mentally ill people can relate to that Joker because he's the most relatable mentally ill Joker we ever had. His mental illness came from problems that a lot of real people are going to. So if there's anybody that's ever going to be inspired by a Joker, it's gonna be Joaquin Phoenix's Joker again. If we were able to have that problem, so there's still a risk out there.
But isn't there? But it kind of goes back to what I said without getting too political about it. It's like
it's not political. There's no politics about it.
I'm talking about like the idea, like the Phoenix Joker is the most relatable in terms of like people with mental illness and like what can cause them to go into a potentially homicidal place. Is like, well, doesn't that say something about the society they live in then? And the fact that they can stuff like this, like what happens to Arthur Fleck, where he's just beaten down constantly in the movie. He loses the medication.
Yeah, but the crazy person doesn't give a fuck about all that. The crazy person is just seeing eye to eye with that Joker. That's what you have to worry about from a security point of view. When you're doing a risk assessment, that's what you have to worry about. He is relatable to the average person that's going through that. The guy who can't afford to get his meds, the guy who's getting kicked out of programs, the guy who's having all these issues. He's relatable to that guy. He is a grounded and realistic version. What happened what happened to Arthur Fleck is happening a lot to mental illness across the world, and it's been that way for like 50 or 60 years. We've never had the proper apparatus, no matter what political climate we've had. We don't want to look at the mentally ill. It's easier to look away. And that's where Arthur Fleck comes in. And that's where people who can relate to him come in. So if you were doing a risk assessment, once again, you would be derelict in your duty if you did not account for the fact that some guy who's out on the fringes could be inspired by what this guy did in that movie. So I'm not hoping, once again, let's knock on wood, by the way. Not foretelling anything like that, but it's a possibility, and you have to account for all possibilities.
Yeah, well, and when you say not hopeful, I mean that is again without.
We don't want anything. I want this to be on.
And getting getting a little bit on my soapbox here. I mean, this is where I within my profession, in the lead up to the release of Joker. I mean, I won't name names, but I mean there was definitely. You could definitely sense with a lot of the media commentary on it, there was a feeling that, I mean, there were figures within the media who were kind of hoping for like maybe something bad would happen that can kind of validate the thesis we have about what this movie has to say, which is like that's not journalism.
Yeah, you got to separate those people from reality, though. Like I said, those people are gonna, like I said, the plane crashing is always going to be the headline. The plane landing thousands of times a day is not gonna. That doesn't grab viewers. But as far as like, there is, like I said, I don't want this to come to fruition, but you have to at least, it has to be on the table as far as things that you're out there looking for, more so than Heath Ledger's Joker, who might have inspired the Colorado shooter. Because once again, Heath Ledger's Joker was fun, but he wasn't as relatable.
Because he didn't have a backstory. He was the
you didn't see him go off his meds. You didn't see him lose his job for some shit that he had no problem with. You didn't see everything getting worse by the thing that happened before. And this is what happened to people. Like I said, I remember talking to people while we were watching this. They weren't going crazy or anything, but they could relate to just that. Fuck, man. That he didn't have any control over that asshole stealing his sign and running off with it. He didn't have any control of the fundings getting cut so that he had to go off his meds. He didn't have any control of that. And I love the way the way Todd Phillips shows you the escalating things that happen.
That his life just gets worse and worse and worse as the movie goes along. Yeah.
And I know there's some people that are sitting there like, that's me.
Yeah.
That's me. And now they see how his ultimate end into that movie, and they're like, that's still me. And I hope and pray, and I'm not a religious guy, but I pray that we don't have anything happen. But if it like I said, being relatable sometimes. There are people that were inspired by what in Taxi Driver. I don't know, for a lot of you guys, it's old. It's an old movie for you guys, but a lot of King of Comedy and Taxi Driver were the two movies that really
that were the basis for Joker.
Yeah, and Martin Scorsese. There you go. So yeah, man.
The irony that he would inspire a comic movie.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Like I said, the Joker was so relatable. Just anybody that's just going through some shit, and Arthur Fleck was going through some shit, and then I remember when people were clapping when he started to go on his rampage because all those people had fucked with him, all those people had taken advantage of his position or his condition, and when he shot Robert De Niro's character. He's like, what do you get when you get what you fucking deserve?
Yeah.
And you know how many people were sitting in that audience saying that wanted to punch that guy or strangle that guy that treats him like that Arthur was treated in that movie.
Yeah.
That's what made that movie great. By the way.
And that's the thing too about and going into that. I mean, you notice when he does snap and he goes starting from when he has the guys are assaulting him on the subway train. He pulls out his gun and now, I mean, obviously, when the one guy starts running away, then it moves beyond self-defense at that point. But again, he's not killing.
But he's gone by that point.
But he's also not killing indiscriminately in that movie. It's like you see that with like the one when in the apartment scene when he kills like the one coworker, but then he lets the other guy go because he was kind to him.
Yeah,
there's
the little guy.
And the guy that guy got the most awkward laugh in my theater when he tries to reach up for the latch. Oh man, that was painful. That was like, we don't know we should be laughing at this or not. I mean, everybody thought that, but he doesn't kill indiscriminately. It's like, everybody he kill. I mean, obviously it's not condoning murder, when we say this, but everybody he kills has in some way stepped on him or wronged him or made his life, actively worse in some way that he targets in the movie.
Now, this is when I was sitting in the middle of Joker, and everybody's, it doesn't need a sequel. I'm in the middle of this movie. Knowing that there's no way they can even touch on the potential madness and personality with the time they have left. There must be another one. This story is going somewhere, and I want to see where it goes. So I could figure that this was going to be a sequel. Now, whereas it's personalized in Joker 2, his next step is, it's not just me. I see the world this way now, and I think the world. It's time for the world to bend to my madness, into my rules. And I think that's where you start to see him become the Joker that we would eventually run into. The guy who's like, he's not just dealing with his own broken world now. He wants to break your world. So
well, and that's, I mean, obviously, with the trailer, because I was giving that another look the other night and kind of just reading through more what they're doing with this. And my God, it's like to go from like a budget of like 50 million to 200 with this. I mean, obviously, Phoenix and Phillips definitely got pretty well deserved pay raises after the success of the first one. But going into this next one,
his initial interview, he said he was. Hold on,
but going into this one. I mean, I'm sure you've seen like the theory. This is like the theory where it's like underground that should be more mainstream, like ones I've talked about. But there's the theory that that because of like the asylum scene at the end, there's the theory that the whole thing takes. Okay.
He called himself the Joker during his arrest. Unless he knows a buddy named Joker who is just as crazy as the Joker that we all know. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
So there's a theory with Joker that with the way it ends, that the whole, and it's clear that from like when he like goes into Zazie Beetz' apartment, she's like, "What the fuck are you doing in here?" And he's imagined portions of the movie as a byproduct of his mental illness. So there's the theory that either all or large chunks of Joker, all took place in his head. And now we see with the trailer, it seems the trailer's kind of, the trailer seems to almost be telling me the movie's kind of striking a middle ground with it, where it's going to say it's like, no, it didn't all take place in his head.
Some of it did.
Yeah.
So I'm on board with it. I like I said, I am so ready for this movie. I keep forgetting that this is coming out this year.
Yeah. Well, God, you can bet your ass theaters are looking forward to it.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll do $1 billion, but I know it'll do good money. Its budget is higher, and you got Lady Gaga in there, who I think is who's underrated talent as far as acting goes. I mean, I'm looking forward to it, but like I said, I think for me, and like I said, I'm by the way, Draga, am I biased because it's a cartoon? No, I watched the cartoon. If the cartoon would have maintained the tone of the character, I wouldn't have been biased. Look, that's like I'm not biased towards Superman. Why? Because Superman in the animated from 90s all the way up has been consistent with what Superman is. When you have to change so much about the character to where it's no longer recognizable, but just a guy in some white paint and lipstick, then why do the character? They change the character to fit an audience. That's not what the character is. Physical traits, mental traits, tonal traits, those are all equally the same. Iron Man, it's not flannel suit Iron Man. It's Iron Man. You can't change things that are a core part of what the character is, and then and then have it be recognizable. Like I said, now these things existing on their own, not bad. These things existing and influencing future iterations of those characters are putting pressure on other cinematic versions of these characters. That's a bad thing for me. If these things had just existed, I would have been okay with it. But they existed with influence, and that's bad because now we end up with the mess we have now, which is what another reboot. And it's just because, like I said, we had that. I'm sorry, but like I said, my Joker, I showed you. That's the Joker. It's not even my Joker. That's the Joker. Read Bob Kane and Bill Finger's initial stories.
Yeah,
That's a murderous motherfucker right there.
yeah.
He stalked the chick. He didn't give a fuck. Chick got in his way. Batman's he punches her, throws her towards Batman. Where's the abuse? Joker didn't care. We forget about that because a lot of us grew up in, like I said, first time I saw Joker was unfortunately Cesar Romero, great actor and everything, but I had to let that go in order to embrace Batman Year One and all these other things, and I had to unlearn Cesar Romero's Joker because that was meant for a different time, a different era. But like I said, that Joker never killed anybody. The Joker is a murderer. The Joker is a violent, sadistic murderer. The pranks are there as his means to kill you. When he shakes your hand, it's not just a budget. Oh, that tickled. That's to put enough voltage into you to turn you into a smoldering skeleton.
Which happens in the Tim Burton movie.
Yeah. Every time you see the Joker, somebody's getting killed. So if your Joker wasn't murdering a lot of people viciously, not off screen, not pushing the guy in front of it, viciously murdering people, because that was the point of the Joker. His value for life and violence was that he didn't have equilibrium when it came to that. So when you see a sanitized Joker, I'm like, that's like a sanitized Ed Gein. You can't do it.
I believe William also already answered this. You said Heath Ledger. As far as like, yeah, I probably say the same. My favorite Joker look is Nightmare Joker. So.
But Heath Ledger's Joker in his dialogue, and when the interrogation scene in The Dark Knight. Like I said, I don't like The Dark Knight overall as a movie, but the scenes that Heath Ledger's in, I have a version of it that I've cut up that is only Heath Ledger's scenes. I can't watch the rest of that movie anymore. And I can't that voice. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you how you got these scars. Oh, and I was like, shut up.
Again, that's why they give Affleck the voice modulator, and that's why
that's in Batman in the comics.
Pattinson just speaks in a whisper, so
and nobody knows who he is. They know Bruce Wayne, but he doesn't. He's at that point where he doesn't leave the house anyway, so that lets he's Batman.
By the way, I'll let you talk a little bit more about the Phoenix Joker, because I have the Joker Folie à Deux Wikipedia up. I'm just going to read this real quick off from the opening paragraph, because I'm assuming you're going to say that this is that they were BSing everybody when they say this publicly. It says Joker was conceived as a standalone film, although Warner Brothers intended for it to launch a DC Black Label series. Phillips expressed interest in making a sequel, but reiterated that Joker was not set up to have one. And then it goes into like, oh yeah, but it happened anyway. So do you? I'm going to go on a limb and say you would say they're just bullshitting us when they say all that.
Say that again. I was reading Forth's wrong comment about the Joker.
Joker was conceived. This is from the Joker Folie à Deux Wikipedia. This is the second paragraph. Joker was conceived as a standalone film, although Warner Brothers intended for it to launch a DC Black Label series. Phillips expressed interest in making a sequel, but reiterated the Joker was not set up to have one.
It doesn't matter. Whether he intended for there to be a sequel and whether there should be a sequel, because of where he may not have, but the story he told lends itself to that way. And by the way, Forth, I'm fact checking String Rant. Anyway, here's the problem that you guys, whether he had Joker lipstick across his forehead when they took the gun away from him, or whether he called himself something else, the perception of this fool coming in with his green hair and his like the Joker to me, if you looked at that as somebody who's in charge of someone's safety and didn't see that as Joker inspired, you need to be at Krispy Kreme's making the donuts and not protecting people. All right. Fanboy logic does not apply to keeping people safe. Me quoting somebody or me fact checking somebody, if there's any implication, and you could just look at the dude, and if there's any implications that this was inspired by that, and you don't take any type of measures, you're a fucking fool who does not need their badge and they don't need their job. You don't need to be in the job of protecting people. You need to be making donuts and glazed donuts and churros and not knocking people who do that, but it's a far cry from making sure that crowds of people don't get gunned down. Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, going back to whether or not a sequel was built in. I'm going to read a little bit more here from the development section. In fact, let me pull the page up here.
Once again, let me pull this up. What Fourth thinks? With Fourth thinks. What is this?
Oh, this is the Joker page. So so development, because again, and you're going back to what you said about whether you always, like you said, like midway through the movie, you felt like this was this was tailored towards we're going to see more of this guy's story, sooner or later. Joker was intended to be a standalone film with no sequels, but due to earning $1 billion on a budget of $50-70 million, Warner Bros. Was headed for it to launch DC Black, a line of DC Comics based films unrelated to the DC Extended Universe franchise with darker, more experimental materials, similar to DC Black Label's comics publisher. While director Todd Phillips said in August 2019 that he would be interested in making a sequel depending on the film's performance, and if Phoenix was interested, he later clarified the movie's not set up to have a sequel. We always pitched it as one movie, and that's it. And they, of course, talk more about how it came to be with that, but that's where I kind of go into what you said about like midway through saying, this was meant to, or you expected we would see this guy's comprehensive Joker origin story after that. So do you think that was all like just kind of PR, like let's just not put the cart before the horse and like see how this does before we go any further?
And which is right. But like I said, as a consumer, the story was telling you that. Okay, I'm gonna put this article. Here we go. I got a Vanity Fair article. So we have a police commissioner, and let's because I'm gonna bring people into the chat. Oh my God, why the fuck am I doing that?
Is this that point in the show?
We're early. Yeah, let's say everybody. Nah, he wasn't the Joker like that. You have a police commissioner taking a look at him, and here, right in this Vanity Fair article, coming to that conclusion. Once again, I don't care if it says Santa Claus or somebody said Santa Claus inspired him. If I take a look at him and I come to the basic assessment and we're showing Santa Claus movie with violence, I'm not taking that risk. I'm just not. The overall consensus at that time from law enforcement who had him in custody was that it was inspired. And years later, the law enforcement that was charged with being in those theaters, you think that they were making their assessment based on fans in the chat room? No. They did a risk assessment. Their risk assessment said that was enough of the case to where it's not hysteria. Like I said, when you're on YouTube or on Twitter and you can make a guess and it's not going to have any consequences, it's cool. But when you're in charge of making sure shit doesn't go down, and the guys who were in charge of that made that assessment. And when we were going through our security thing, that was the stated reason why. So it really doesn't matter. Enough people thought, and enough people who are probably more credible than us thought that was a potential case, that was a potential, and they took action. Who am I going to trust? No offense, Fourth, but am I going to trust my safety with Fourth 1000 or people with guns and dogs and palm sniffing dogs? I'm probably going to go with the law enforcement assessment.
All right, so we're opening.
You're living in a fucking fantasy land, dude. Details matter to you here on YouTube in this chat. Those details don't matter. Perception is law. So, I mean, I'll play double advocate. We're going to open up the chat so you guys can actually say this stuff. So my tired eyes like reading this shit. I'll play double advocate with the police officers. I got fired because of a situation they couldn't expect that a person with mental issues would go crazy after watching the Jokers. Yeah, and now, like I said, but you have that potential situation. Okay, now you're just being stupid. Now I can't tell from when you're actually being serious because even if I conceded to your point, people more qualified than you said, nah, that motherfucker, yeah, we're going to watch out for this shit. He was definitely unstable. Like I said, the instability was there. The trigger is what's in dispute. It's part of the conversation. It does matter who inspired him, because when you do your risk assessment, and now they did a risk. Here we have another movie where the Joker is a prominent character. It does matter who inspired them. To them, it did. To the people who are lawfully empowered to protect the public, it mattered to them. Once again, these things don't have to make sense to us or you guys. They only have to make sense to the people who have to carry out the activities. Your opinions are valid. Remember what I always say about opinions. Just because they're valid don't mean they matter in certain situations. Our opinions don't matter. If Joker Folia Do comes out and they think that there's they do their risk assessment and they're like, you know what? We've done our assessment and we think we need to up security. You think somebody on fucking YouTube is going to matter? No. Nope. The skilled professionals will as they did then, even with all the information you guys think that they should have taken into account, these skilled professionals made a different assessment. And having to do a risk assessment when it comes to security myself, you learn not to listen to certain people. The peanut gallery doesn't mean shit to you when you're making an assessment. When we had to travel, when I was put in charge of my area and my people to get our people from one place to another, from whether it be in airports, things like that, you did not give a fuck about someone else's opinion. You looked around. You looked around, you assessed your environment, you assessed the potential risk factors, and you built your risk assessment on that, and you operated within that. You made sure the worst thing you could do is listen to somebody's, who gives a fuck about somebody's internet opinion when it comes to somebody's safety? Really? Some people look at excuses to carry out acts, but some people are triggered. All right. Yeah. And to me, that was one of the reasons why I like going to these screenings that I go to, because the security it ain't Fort Knox, but it's better than just the random screenings. All right. Just knowing that fourth 1,000 out there makes me, I don't even want to put this link out here. Come in with some bullshit. Oh well. We're gonna be done by 11:30. So, because like I said, it's hot here, and I've been lucky, knock on wood, that this equipment is not overheated. All right. Don't. We're not letting Forth in. I'm tired of this nonsense. It's been trolling me all day. The only time he was normal was when he was watching Dark City. That's the only time he was normal. William, how did they not fix security after Aurora? It's hard and it's expensive, dude. I mean, metal detectors are super expensive. And do you want to create a Beirut environment? I mean, I don't know. It's expensive. I mean, theaters, like we always discussed, theaters are barely making it as it is. Security is expensive, man.
See, this is what I don't get, Willem. You say it's expensive, but they did it with the schools after the Columbine incident.
But not all schools, though. Some schools don't have that.
Yeah, not all schools do that. And plus, schools have taxpayers' money and can get grants and shit like that. Theaters are doing it off of profit. This is not happening, man.
Yeah, no, and like I said in the chat, I can't really blame the police officers for not catching a guy who's unstable. We couldn't know that this guy was unstable.
It's a needle in a haystack.
React like this.
Yeah, it's a needle in a haystack. Just remember, when it comes to these things, the guy with the first shot always has the advantage. He can hide and he can hide in plain sight. We don't know. We don't know.
And you know why police officers hesitated? Remember the incident in Florida with the guy getting killed just because? Did you ever read that article about the? Yeah,
hold on, guys. Malzano, I don't want to turn this into that type of conversation.
No, it applies to what you're talking about. It applies to what you're talking about. I think the reason why the police officers hesitate a little bit, it's because they saw what happened in Florida. That a guy.
Well, okay, that doesn't apply, and here's why. I'll tell you why. Because that guy basically got up, propped open the door, went out that door, came back in, and there was no way to counter that. There was no way. There was no hesitancy. He had the advantage. He moved immediately, and by the time anybody knew what was going down, there's already people dead. I mean, there was no way to really respond to something like that. That's a tough situation. It's dark. There's people running around. He's indiscriminately shooting because he doesn't care, and you're trying to locate him in the dark while there's bullets coming at you. So there's no hesitancy there. It's just a matter of it's a bad situation.
Oh,
but
yeah, thanks for explaining that to me. Because
yeah, the problem is when you look at it and you look at the amount of information. If you want to, if you like I said, if somebody's safety is in your hands, you want to parse out and give an opinion about whether this guy was inspired by that. You have to look at the raw data and say there's enough. There's enough there for us to take measures, and it's unfortunate, but
can you blame those cops though for?
No, I do not. I do not blame the police. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, I don't know why people blame the police, and that's
on a happier note though. William,
please.
I have a major issue with you saying Mark Hamill's Joker had his balls cut off.
Well, hey.
Brad, I never got your answer to that question.
No, hold on. I'm sorry. Go ahead and let RJ answer. I was just fucking with him.
Well, no, because I was going to say, like, you said you saw Batman Beyond Return of the Joker. He, like,
I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
He physically beat up and mentally tortured Tim Drake to the point where he mentally broke him and turned him into a mini version of himself. Like, that's pretty messed up. I'm not saying
I remember, but not in comparison to what I just
told you. Comparison, but you can't say they cut his balls off if they go that dark. He physically tormented and like mentally broke a child.
That one was kind of fucked up, but I'm talking about, like I said, the early. I still don't put that in the category of what the Joker.
Tim Drake was like 10 years old.
Have you read this?
Yeah. A psychologist was breaking down actually the Joker.
Hold on, RJ. Is there anything in that compares
different levels? Yes, that's like the highest tier level of messed up stuff Joker's done. I agree. I'm just saying, like, there's levels to this.
And Jason Todd, he just said, "Fuck it, we're gonna skip the torture. Let me bash your head in. And by the way, your mom's here too. We're gonna blow her up."
Well, honestly, it was more merciful. At least he killed Jason. Tim Drake had lived for like decades, and he was turned into Joker because of the Joker.
I read that. I just don't get that feeling. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm sadistic and jaded. I just didn't get the, But for the most part, though, that when you think of that Joker versus like this Joker.
Well, actually, I was going to ask you too, real quick.
It even smells good.
What do you feel?
Smells like 1988.
Does Joker have an origin story to you? Do you feel like he should have an origin? And if he does, what is your preferred origin for the Joker?
I think Joker's origin story to me should be left up to whoever's writing him. I'm okay with never finding out the true origin of Joker.
But is there one do you feel like there is one that you prefer, or do you
Killing
prefer
Joke. This one.
This one. Okay, yeah. But here's the question though with that book though, because there's the interpretations of he could just be making it all up. You never really know for sure.
Well, yeah, because it's coming from a crazy man's perspective.
And RJ, I was actually this is a psychologist who reads a ton of comics, and he was breaking down the Joker as a whole, like a character as a whole. And he says the guy, like, diagnosing him, he's not a psychopath or a sociopath. The guy suffers from serious schizophrenia and serious dissociative personality disorder that detaches him from reality, where he doesn't know what he's doing is right and stuff like that. So he doesn't really have the capacity to determine what's right and wrong because of the fact that he's detaching himself from reality when he's doing all this, because of the trauma he suffered as a child. His father, he saw his father rape his mother in front of him, and his father abused him. So,
well, the Joker is just an agent of chaos, and chaos comes from anywhere. That's what the Joker is chaos.
Yeah,
but you understand where the breakdown.
He's not real. He's an agent of chaos. That's his character development. There's nobody's real in these comics. You can't apply real world psychosis or diagnosis to imaginary things. These are.
I know it's imaginary, but he was breaking down it from the aspect of a professional, like a professional psychologist. I understand it's fictional, but he was trying to apply logic to the to what
as much
Joker
as
was
can
doing.
be applied to a character that not only was created for that purpose, but has evolved into something that's abstract. Now, Joaquin Phoenix does the most relatable version of him, but the most extreme versions of Joker we will never know, and that's why I say I always think it should always be left up to whoever is writing the Joker to determine where he's taking that character.
What
because it is
for
a fictional
Heath
character.
Ledger's Joker? What comic books did you think they used?
Long Halloween, Killing Joke, a couple other just ones, but those are the two for me that come to mind. You guys can answer that question as well.
Yeah, I would agree.
Oh, hey, William, I asked Brad in the chat earlier. I'm not sure if you guys are able to answer this. When you look at the Transformers and G.I. Joe, do you think those two franchises are the only ones that you really realistically can see working correct, like working where it's not too convoluted, where they can cross over without messing it up? Because both of those franchises in general are ridiculous.
Well, they were ridiculous, and they were designs. A lot of the same people worked on the development of those franchises, no matter where they are. When they were first being developed in Marvel Comics, they were both being developed with Hasbro Marvel. The same people brought those things up, and the IPs were crossed over. They were sort of designed that way. Other ones, no. I don't want to see crossovers of like, the Jurassic Park and anything. I don't want to see Fast and Furious is ridiculous. Yeah, I don't want to see that crossover with anything.
Fast and
G.I.
Furious
Joe
with-
and Transformers
Yeah.
are uniquely.
I still can't
uniquely,
believe you think Chris Hemsworth's a bad actor, though. He is not that bad of an actor.
Yeah, I'm a little bit.
Have you
Maybe
seen
he's been
Rush?
miscast. I don't know, but
Have
I
you
just
seen,
see
have
him.
you seen Have you seen Rush with him and Daniel Brühl?
I have not.
Yeah.
I have not.
I have.
It's a really good
He's
movie.
better he's getting better, but dude, there's a difference.
Have you
between
seen
being-
Furiosa? Have you seen
No, I
Furiosa?
don't think
Maybe
Nah,
the Thor character doesn't really like when you look at him playing Thor.
He's not bad as Thor, though. That's the thing.
Well, I
he's
think
better
I,
at Thor amongst what he's with the Avengers on his
I-
own. I just don't think he has the strength of presence.
I think when Hemsworth, this is kind of a little bit of a paradoxical thing because he did actually, apparently behind the scenes, he was the guy who like really wanted to like start adding more levity to Thor, and of course, there is such a thing as too much, as we saw.
Well,
Yeah,
he
was,
even said he probably went a little bit too far.
Thor.
Yeah. But I think Hemsworth, it's a little bit paradoxical. So I think he gravitates towards comedy, but I don't think, at least not yet, I don't think he's really excelled in it. I don't think he's really like in terms of like anything like with humor. I don't think.
I disagree with you.
You think so?
Hey, that's fair.
If you watch the Ghostbusters movie that he was in, the guy,
which nobody
hilarious.
should. Horrible. But
No, that wasn't. No. My favorite thing about that was Kate McKinnon actually. If Suicide Squad movie it proves Joker is incorporeal, how many times that movie Joker was dead to rights and just vanished?
That movie, yeah, it's called editing. They edited that movie to shit. Yeah.
Do you think the Joker character in general is one of these characters that's so over, like he's a villain in DC Comics in general that has been written so much that you really don't know, rewritten so much and adjusted, his character has been adjusted to the point where you don't know his original origins and stuff like that, William? Or
that's the point. I mean, he has the quote in Killing Joker. It's like, or is it Killing Joker? Or is it what was the other?
Three Jokers.
No, not Three Jokers. What was the one where
Long
he had
Halloween?
Yeah. What it was one of those where he has the quote where he says, "If I'm going to have a pass, I prefer multiple choice because I remember it one way or the other at different days." I think it was Killing Joke.
I think I know the one that wasn't in Killing Joke or the other one you were talking about, William.
Three Jokers. I thought it was Three Jokers, but I could.
No, it wasn't Three Jokers. It was Failsafe, the Failsafe comic.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, Heath Ledger's Joker kind of how he got the scars. What the story changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
3 or 4 times.
In fact, and that William, I'm probably going to upset you with this because this is another fan
it was
theory.
Killing Joke, by the way. I looked it up.
Yeah,
That's
I thought it was Killing
if
Joke.
I'm gonna have
I
a pass, I want it to be multiple choice.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was too. But have you heard on the topic of the Heath Ledger's Joker? And right before I get into that, real quick, just a quick thing I want to answer with Mighty Rex. That's above my pay grade. I mean, I would assume it's going to be going to HBO Max, but I mean, they could shop it around, say,
Yeah,
we
they
made
haven't,
it, but let's
they
give
haven't
it.
even decided yet. So.
Yeah, that's a ways off. That's a ways off. But going back to this, there's a fan theory. I don't know if you've seen this floating around with Heath Ledger's Joker that states the theory is that he may have been a like an Iraq War veteran, and the theory is born out of the idea that he because he has so much knowledge of like improvised explosives and he knows how to handle weaponry really well. And there's a theory like he got the scars where he was maybe like captured by terrorists and they gave him the Glasgow grin. And a bunch of things like that.
So Brad, on this new entry in the ban list, when it comes to fan
Okay,
theories,
I think you should expand.
Should I put?
Broad
Because I
fan
have
theories.
your boneheaded Mad Max foil hat theory, so I just should.
No,
put fan
William,
theories
just make
and
it very
basics.
broad to say Brad conspiracy theories.
I'm not even saying it's my fan theory. I'm just saying the fan theory is
Brad
out there.
fan theories.
I didn't even say it was my fan theory. I just said it's out there and I asked my opinion.
Like I said, Brad, you're pushing it with a feral kid thing. I don't think Mad Max is feral kid. You're
You
not
will
talking
all.
about the feral kid.
You will all be looking at me.
If Brad wants to live in Fantasyland, we could let him live in Fantasyland.
You will all, after that watch party, you will be looking at me like, how do we ever doubt you? And not only that, William, we will look at you saying, Hemsworth finally, he gave
that I might if his performance is what you're telling me, and there's a very good possibility that he's taking that next step. But as far as this whole fan theories, I don't have much room in my skull for fan theories. I went through all that with Game of Thrones, when all the bullshit fan theories for all the years, and one of them ended up being true, and that was because it was already hinted at from the beginning of the storyline. But as far as fan theories goes, they're fun. But like I said, but in
the case of the feral kid, they're true.
Oh man, Brad's gonna get removed from his own stream.
Like that, in order for you to avoid
William, in Marvel Comics,
you're gonna
is there
have to wear
character that you think like that's not equivalent to Joker, but close enough to where Marvel can do a character study like that for a movie or a show?
Well, I put it in the chat. I'm not saying it'd be the same kind of movie as Joker, but I think if you do like a Doctor Doom film, you could actually do some interesting things with that, like a villain type.
Are you
movie.
talking about just a character study in general, or based on the same kind of nature of the character?
I think he's saying
the same aspects how you saw Joker. They were breaking down his psychology.
Oh, you could do that just about every character. I'm sorry. In a broad sense, there's every character I could point to on this wall. If you wanted to, you could break it down.
How they did it with Joker for Joaquin Phoenix, where they showed that he was abused as a child, or these people. He went crazy because people were bullying him and
every
stuff
single character.
You can do that with pretty much any character.
Every single character.
I mean, if you want to go that deep, there's always a possibility to do that. I mean, Cletus Cassidy, for example, or Victor Von Doom. I mean, you can do a lot.
Yeah, you can literally do that.
No, because it seems like Marvel doesn't really have a character like that, like a villain like that, where you can do a character study like that.
Marvel and DC, they're not the same.
Huh?
There's a reason why Marvel doesn't have characters like that and DC doesn't have characters like Marvel. They are not the same. Their character development goes on two different paths. That is indicative of the histories of their company and the characters. You're not going to find a Joker or that kind of character and vice versa. That's the point.
No. The reason why I assume that is because some of these writers switch over back and forth. That's why, because Jack Kirby did it with the Eternals and New Gods.
Right, but they still write differently.
I'm going to give you an example of that.
Ecosystem.
Anthony, I'm going to give you an example. Frank Miller went back and forth between Daredevil and Batman and DC, but he took what made those characters work and what the history of those characters work, and he added his style to it, but he did not change those characters, and vice versa. When he went back to Daredevil, it was different. He knew how to approach each character in what a manner that was suitable for that company. So even though it was the same guy, you can still tell the difference in the writing style that he approaches a Marvel comic and he approaches a DC comic.
Yeah, thanks for breaking. Because when I read his Frank Miller's Batman, I I really can't really tell the difference. I just read it because the comics are fun.
And by the way, Anthony, to be clear, when I laughed there, that wasn't like a indictment. You were just the there, just the timing of it was just so. It just kind of made me laugh. It's like when William said Marvel is not DC, and like, It's like it's just the juxtaposition. That wasn't like an indictment on you, to be clear.
No, my brain is on delay. I have autism.
Yeah. I want to make clear, I'm not mocking that. Just that immediate, like, it just was a little bit like, oh, that's like that just that does a little bit of chuckling, but that's not. I'm not poking fun at at you or anything there.
Yeah. So William, in general, you back to what we were talking about with Transformers and G.I. Joe. Did you say
You're all over the place now, man? Go ahead.
You said the concept in general for those franchises are ridiculous to the point where they can work in a crossover because
not just because they
concept.
were ridiculous, because they were developed along the same roads. Everybody who's worked on these characters, Hasbro, Marvel, they've all worked together. They've all handled the same IPs. It's a lot easier to do that when you are working in the same house. G.I. Joe, if you look at, and I showed those commercials, and I made it a point to show the G.I. Joe commercials and the Transformers commercials. Those were handled by the same PR company. They're handled by the same
you can
everything.
tell too. Yeah.
Yeah, and everything everything coming up from the last 30 years of those the development has happened alongside the same exact people. One guy would have an office where this part of his desk was G.I. Joe, and the other corner of his desk was Transformers. The actors who did the roles, the guy Starscream is Cobra Commander. There's a lot of roles out there. So the creative process was literally happening in the same building, down the same hallways for like the last 40 years. So it's almost like they were always in the same universe. And then they've done crossovers. They've done at least 6 or 7 different crossovers between each other. So it's a unique situation that does not apply to anything else. You know?
Yeah. Well, I guess might as well do it now. I'll bring up something because I wanted to bring it up earlier.
People are accusing this as a money grab.
All movies are money grab.
A money grab, though.
Yeah, they're not for free. They don't. Yeah, it's a money grab.
No,
everything you do.
Let me clarify what I mean by money grab. They said because the last few Transformers movies weren't that good, and neither in the box office specifically, they weren't that good. Neither were the G.I. Joe movies and stuff like that. That's what I mean by money grab. Because of the box office being not that good.
You just want to grab more money. It's just the difference between those is that you want to grab the money more efficiently. That doesn't mean they're all money grabs. The thing about the Transformers,
it was kind of inevitable they would do a crossover at some point.
The thing about Transformers is there's enough money that has been made. That's what I talk about resume when we talked about Fury Road versus Furiosa, and every time I bring up the point that certain movies should have never been made, people are like, "Oh, what do you mean?" Like, listen, whether you like the movie or not, that doesn't. There's a lot of movies.
Here's the thing. I get what you meant by that, William.
Yeah.
But you and I both know, right? We both love Blade Runner 2049. But that movie had no business being made.
Yes, it did. And here's why that's different. And this is not just because I'm a Blade Runner homer. 35 years of so many different levels of retail.
No, I know it inspired stuff, and I know there was a history of
there's money being made.
Yeah,
there's money being made.
But to do a legacy sequel where it's not Harrison Ford as the lead and you're doing different director, it's not Ridley Scott. That movie was crafted in a very specific way that doesn't exactly scream smart business decision.
No, the marketing was fucked up. It didn't scream smart, but the movie
I don't think a better marketing campaign would have helped that.
Yes. And I even
because Blade Runner, like, it's popular in terms of the aesthetic that it created for the science fiction genre and what it did for other genres as a whole, right? That visual aesthetic, right? But it was the first film was a flop.
The first film was a flop, but that's not the data that you use to develop.
Oh, I know. You look at the data from like afterward in terms of merchandising and like
merchandising and the fact that day, I mean, it was still selling, and all the movie itself, Blade Runner, right now has made more money in secondary markets than a lot of franchises have made in total.
Oh yeah. No, I understand. I mean, they're not making a streaming series right now for nothing. I know. I'm just saying.
The problem with the comparison to like a Furiosa or a Shazam or a Black Adam is you just did not have that resume to make those movies. Now, I'm not saying that those movies should never be made, but you have to look at your situation. Do we make this now? Do we have the momentum? Or is the audience going to give us the benefit of the? Have we done enough body of work so the audience is going to give us the benefit of the doubt? Can we put the talking tree and the talking raccoon in front of you with movie 1, or should we make to movie 8 or 9 or 10 where we have the audience on our side and they will accept
Right,
it?
yeah, and that's why,
the difference.
For example, that's why you start with the Superman movie, right? That's your big marquee character, right?
You can't give me substitute Superman with a lightning bolt, even though I'm partial to that character. You can't give me substitute Superman when you have not fulfilled Superman. You can't give me Batman C's and B's and D's characters when you have not fulfilled Batman. You have to do that in order for the audience to give you the benefit of the doubt. And in the process of a lot of these movies, I just wish the word no would come up a lot more, or not now. Not necessarily no forever, just not now. Let's get this house in order and get these characters. Do we need to do Furiosa now, or should we do another Mad Max with Tom Hardy?
I'm glad you said that. That's a good segue for what I was going to bring up too, with the Zack Snyder situation, right? With the 300 TV show, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to say something that probably people won't like.
Oh, I think I saw you put this in the comments
but
earlier.
Stay with me for a second, okay, William? Don't do an eye roll, okay? I promise. What I'm saying.
I'll just do this. No, I'm just kidding.
I promise when I say. I think, right? I'm going to say something that people don't like. Okay, if the DCU fails and James Gunn fails to deliver what he is trying to deliver, I think it makes the chances of Zack doing anything DC related even more or less likely.
I 100% agree. That's not a hot take. I agree. And remember, I said this, and I think I told you if this happens.
Explain though, my reasoning. You can jump in too. I feel like if he fails, like let's say Superman comes out, nobody goes sees it. It makes like $1 at the box office. One person goes, okay, at the dollar theater, okay.
Cheap ticket.
Cheap ticket, right?
I might go just because it's $1. But
right. Point being, though, right, that damages the DC brand even more to where either the WBD execs or the execs taking over are going to look at that data and be like, do we want to risk investing in having Zack do anything DC, or do we just want to do our own thing completely? Right.
I'm gonna go. I think
if you want Zack Snyder to come back and do DC stuff, whether it's DC Elseworlds, Dark Knight Returns, which I do think is going to happen, I do, or anything, I think you want James Gunn to succeed and you want Superman to be a hit because he can facilitate that happening to Zack coming back. So
I'm gonna go one further. If James Gunn's DCU doesn't do whatever they're expecting, we don't know. Don't know those numbers. And it's not just Zack Snyder's ability to do anything DC. I think they're going to whore it out. I think they're going to be like, we don't have the data to support our money going into this. Here, RJ, you got a story to tell. Here, you pay this money, you finance it, we distribute it so we don't lose any money. Maybe you pay us a fee or not, but if it's a hit and we're selling toys, we get all those on top money. And you get the theatrical profit and all that. Because otherwise, if James Gunn's Superman doesn't do well or the DCU doesn't do well, I think that somebody would make a reasonable assessment that they can't do it anymore at this point.
Well, basically, the DC brand is so tarnished that you can't, it's just unsalvageable. They got to
or not unsalvageable. We as a company, WBD.
I think that's the better way to put it. Is the assessment of Warner Brothers are not.
See, and RJ, that's kind of an unfair pressure to put on Superman.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, it's unfair pressure.
I agree. It is what it is, though, man.
But that's the situation they put themselves in, though. To be fair, right?
Yeah, no. I blame the mismanagement of the pressure on Superman Legacy to succeed.
Bad topic. We're not bringing those fools up. I understand what you're saying, but I can't take it.
No. It's in the context of putting pressure on, Superman Legacy hitting a. People are expecting this movie to be $1 billion movie, which is an unfair expectation. There's unrealistic.
Well, that's why I want to clarify too. I don't think the movie's going to fail. I think it'll meet the expectations that they expect from it. But the point
depends on who the expectation. If Zaslav went in there and said,
if Zaslav is saying $1 billion or bust, then that's unreasonable.
If he told those old people with those platinum golf clubs, and the spinners on their golf club tire wheels like that. If he told those people that this is one's going to be the big one, this is one you. If he had that conversation,
hold on though, William. He might be gone by July of next year. So
that's
the
true.
new CEO
He can say whatever the fuck he wants.
Maybe the new CEO coming in will be like, tell the shareholders more realistic things. We don't know.
They're going to be pissed though because they would have already greenlit
because
it.
they had what Zaslav told.
Oh, I'm red hot. Hey, by the way, whatever that guy told you at the beginning, he's gone. He's on his yacht.
But at least
I'm revising.
But at least he being honest now, right? And then they can manage their expectations.
Okay, Zaslav being honest. Okay, I don't like to call a guy a liar. I don't think.
No, I'm saying
liar is a harsh term.
Zaslav might be more honest. That's what I'm saying.
He manipulates the truth.
He tells people the truth he thinks they need to know in order to not cause everybody to jump off.
And I agree. It's like I don't think I don't think the sequence of events with this company points to him sticking around long term. So I would be surprised if he's still there.
See, for me,
sorry,
see, this is for me, RJ. This is what I would clarify. Consider a success for Superman if it makes at max 650 million at the box office.
See, I don't even want to put a number on it though, because I don't know what the budget is and I don't know what they're expecting from it. Right? That's kind of the issue. Like,
I would think budget wise, they would I would think they just.
I'm thinking 185. I'm thinking 185.
Yeah, I'm thinking he would want to spend at least what he did on the first Guardians. If you're talking about,
I'm just saying right now. I don't want to put a number on what it needs to make to be successful because there's just too many factors, right?
Can you make a Superman movie at 75 million? Like,
No, you can't make a Superman movie.
Here's the thing:
you could make one, but not very good.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Here's the thing, RJ. Even with no matter, let's exclude the budget. If it pulls in 650 million, and I
think they should be happy.
Yeah, you spent 300 million of it. Guess what? I'm still happy, even though I'm probably going to break even and lose slightly. Because here's the thing: you can control your spending. What you can't control is your draw all the time. You now prove that you can draw at least close to what Man of Steel did. That's a good foundation. You can go, okay, we can go down. We don't have to spend 300 million. We have the audience now. We can come down to 200 million. And if we can if we can go 650 or above this next time, we have a good foundation. So even if they lose money, if enough units, enough tickets are sold, and then back end sales and everything else, and they should consider that a success. Unfortunately, by the time we get to this, I don't know what kind of ground the company is going to be on. They may need this to be a bigger success.
And I don't even want to approach the band topics and all that. I'm just saying, looking at this,
champagne should be.
I'm just saying from the current situation, right? I would say right now the best chance of Zack doing more DCs if Gunn succeeds. That's my kind of analysis.
I think the best thing for Zack Snyder, like I said, I'm going to say this over and over and forget this behind me. Just forget what you see behind me and around all this. Do the graphic novel comics and stuff first, because that gives you right now. Listen, that's data. That's hard sells. That is something that, like I said, in order for it to happen now, there's a whole bunch of abstracts, and I hope, and maybe this, maybe that. If you can show that there's interest. And like I said, Batman sells 100,000 units a month. If you were to put out a fucking unaffiliated thing like that, and it did anywhere near that or more for what you spend on paper and staples, that is where you start. That's the first step. Not a cartoon,
I agree.
Not another movie.
See, I'm not even, and I said this in the chat. With this 300 TV show news, I'm not even thinking about CSGL 2 and 3. What I'm thinking about is him directing The Dark Knight Returns as a DC Elseworlds film under that banner, right? Because he's talked about that on numerous occasions. That's his white whale. That's the one thing he wants to do. That's like the one thing he wants to do more than anything else right now is that one project. And I said this in the chat earlier. You would be a fool to assume that James Gunn did not talk to Zack Snyder and that didn't come up, and that he has not thought about.
Definitely after this news too. I mean, because again, the studio, as I mentioned, they are very aware of
because if James Gunn is
unique
serious,
history and the fandom behind this particular filmmaker,
right? Because if James Gunn is serious about trying to resurrect and create this DC Elseworlds banner going forward, right? What better way to kick it off than with Zack Snyder doing Dark Knight Returns?
I love it. And guys, these guys are professionals. I get, it drives me crazy when I see people say, "Well, this guy doesn't like this guy." I'm like, how do you know?
What frustrated me with the news, and again, not trying to get into banned topics, but I just didn't like the conversation turning into, well, they're talking to Zack again because they want to back up in case James Gunn fails. That's not how that works.
So RJ, what you said he was planning to do? He's been planning this Dark Knight Returns thing. Is it going to be similar to what you saw with like Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight Returns or something different?
No. Like this would be a direct graphic novel adaptation of the Frank Miller story.
He's talking about like doing it because BVS is like very heavily influenced by Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah,
but
this would be a direct adaptation.
Yeah, this would be a 1-to-1. This would be like the animated movie that we saw.
Which is their best animated movie. Their best animated adaptation.
Yeah. You know, pineapple on ham tastes pretty good.
All right, goodbye.
That was random.
Motherfucker.
but that's why I wanted to ask you, William. Like, if Zack does live action DC again, like we're not talking about the comic book format, the animated format, is Dark Knight Returns the most likely next step for him if he gets back to Warner Brothers?
I think so. I think so because it comes without strings. It gets him back into a DC IP, and once again, if he were to do that, anything can happen from that point. That's data. It comes down to this. Is his version of Batman marketable and money making? And from that point, you whatever doorways happen, whenever that happens, you take that as it comes. But yeah, that would be able to get him back in without a whole bunch of other baggage. But at the same time, retail is retail, supply and demand. If people like that, then you go where the money takes you.
No, I know, and that's what I mean though. Like that's when I say
make this my profile picture.
Trying to facilitate a DC Elseworlds brand.
Make the comic.
Well, technically, they already have that though, because Gunn already did state at the his layout of the slate. Yeah, they did. Those
I know. Yeah.
They said the
like
Batman,
the
Batman Matt Reeves Batman is.
But as far as like anything like would be greenlit as Elseworlds under his tenure of the studio, then yeah,
I think he said Joker 2 won't have the DC Elseworlds branding, but starting with the Batman Part 2, it will. So starting with that one, that'll be the first film that has that branding on it.
And I hope it's the same logo they use for DC Elseworlds comics because I do hope they use that symmetry between those two since they're using the same terminology.
Exploit that Elseworlds. Everybody, not just James Gunn. Everybody. James Gunn, like I said, I think Elseworlds would strengthen the DCU. It would strengthen.
Oh, I know. I think that's why he's doing it. I think that's why he's saying, "Yeah, we're going to use that banner for everything." That isn't.
Well, and to go to what both William and RJ have alluded to, as far as like, excuse me, the behind the scenes conversations that Zack has had with the studio in the lead up to this, and probably since, because I agree, it's like there's if he's on speaking terms and in an active project with Warner Brothers right now, considering the history of the last few years, it's like, and considering everything that just inherently floats around his name right now, there's no way that topic has not at least been in the back of everybody's mind there. And now obviously there's the question of we need to do if there's any discussion of it, it would have to be accommodating to his what he's doing in the work side with Netflix and whatnot, and also Elseworlds. And I know, and I know William, you said like, this would not, Elseworlds multiverse doesn't step on anybody's toes. I wholeheartly agree with that. But they also, the conversation would need to be like, how do we present this in a way that doesn't come across as like any version of these characters trying to overtake the other, which that's something that the previous regime, they push multiverse,
they couldn't tell stories. That
exactly.
Fucking blew for
I get that. That's what it's the X factor that's missing.
Brad, to your point, that's why I feel like James Gunn is emphasizing DC Elseworlds as a brand. You market DC Elseworlds and you push that as a banner and as a brand. Then
just like House Targaryen. What's the symbol of House Targaryen for those Game of Thrones people in here? What is it?
Dragon.
There you go. Right. You brand it to where you automatically think of certain things when you see certain things. And I always say you should have Elseworlds and you should brand these houses as these worlds, as these different universes. And guess what? everybody who says, "Well, I'm only going to read this, I'm not going to read that," trust me, I watch them walk in here. They're buying the Black Label, they're buying the standard stuff.
And actually, we're kind of related to that. As far as the branding aspect of it. Well, actually, a couple of people I've seen that there's also been some suggestions that Zach would be perfect for the Authority, which
I don't know. See, that's the one thing I've seen that be brought up. I don't know if Zach would be comfortable working in a cinematic universe capacity again, because there's just a lot of studio hands-on with that. I think Elseworlds would be more comfy for him because that's more hands-on.
And kind of relating to that also, as far as like James Gunn wanting to push that Elseworlds as a brand, this is kind of where my mind went when he talked a little bit about Peacemaker season 2, and he was asked a question by actually Mr. Phil Barker of Four Nerds. So Phil,
God damn it,
give me a shout out here. And Phil asked, it was on Threads, or I think or either Threads or Instagram. It's like, okay, so Peacemaker season 1's embedded within the DCU, and season 2 it apparently is going to be within the DCU. So how is this going to account for that? And Gunn, I don't have this verbatim, but he said something to the effect of, that will be addressed within season 2. Like,
right,
why,
that's the show that directly addressed
that.
Yeah.
So that kind of said to me, like, okay, that is maybe like the first like tangible block we're going to see of like the Elseworlds elements being applied under DC Studios is
yes on both. You can still talk. I'm sorry, I just wanted to answer that.
That's been my again. That's just theorizing based on the comment he made, but
but that was just But I'm sorry to go off on this whole tangent, but I just wanted to make that point because I hope that the DC fandom and Snyder fans realize, like, I understand there's a whole war going on, all this and that, but like, I truly think Superman being a hit will help facilitate the things that people want. I really do think
the war is not. It's like 3% of us, dude. It's like
I know. I'm just saying, like, I hope the most diehard DC fans recognize that him succeeding means good things for like Snyder fans.
Most diehard fans are Christopher Reeves fans.
Yeah, it's really hard to talk to the extremes on either end. You just got to aim towards the middle. There are more Snyder fans like me than there are them. And where the money's at.
Me and my friend were recently talking about this, William. If this Ultimate universe for Marvel continues to sell like gangbusters, were saying that eventually Kevin Feige specifically is going to open up, like, bring that brand into live action.
He already did. It's already done.
No, for the newer, the one that just released.
He's not going to uproot, because these ones that are out right now are drastically different than anything he was ever going to do. The thing about the Ultimate Universe is that it is the MCU. If you look at it, Samuel L. Jackson's
it's Ultimate Fury.
Well, I think what he's asking though is, like, would Feige ever be willing to do an Elseworlds equivalent for Marvel, where you do like a side universe or like side adventures?
No, and I'll say this, and I've been asked this question a lot, and this is the best answer for it. When it comes to multiverse, it is a storytelling device for Marvel. When it comes to multiverse or Elseworlds coming to DC, it is within their DNA. It is what they have done for decades. And there's no wrong way or right or wrong. It's just that even in the comic books, the multiverse is a tool to get a job done.
So you wouldn't recommend Marvel doing like a one-off movie like Joker? They should stick to what they're doing.
No, because everything for the Marvel is built around their main line, their prime timeline or their sacred timeline. Even before Loki, everything went back to for the most part, back to the basic timeline. Even though you had series like not Sliders, I'm sorry, the Exiles and things like that, which was but you always the base of Marvel storytelling is their mainline universe, because it's always been composed from one to the other. Whereas DC, you literally had different worlds coming about because different eras came about, Silver, Golden Age, things like that. So it was a different circumstance, but it's been part of DC's DNA. I would not see Kevin Feige doing that, because that's not the Marvel DNA.
Well, I think
true to the Marvel DNA.
Obviously they started, they delved into that with Spider-Man: No Way Home, and now of course we're going to see them really go into it with Deadpool and Wolverine. And but again, those are singular stories as opposed to
that's a device.
Yeah, these are
Yeah.
as opposed to like
I
interweaving.
I
like
do think though it's showing some growth and adaptability from Feige though, because I don't think like 5 or 6 years ago you would have seen him touch other people's creations and
Nope.
bring them in as his own.
Nope.
Nope.
I agree.
Definitely. And I commend him on that. See, I commend people who are able to evolve with it when the environment they are changes, and not just to stay on one rock just because it's something you said or how you felt 4 or 5 years ago. If the circumstances change, if the information changed, the best leadership I've ever seen rolled with those circumstances. The worst leadership I've ever seen said, "Well, you said that, and you can't go back on that." No.
Well, and that's exactly what Hugh Jackman is doing. The fact that again he
Right.
retired, but now he's coming back.
Right. Sorry, just really quick. A question popped up in my brain that I've been meaning to ask William forever now, and I just remembered this.
Shit.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it, man.
So when it comes to Jonathan and Martha Kent, William, do you prefer if they are both dead, or do you prefer if they're alive and Clark can talk to them and visit them?
Either way, I've seen great stories told either way, because Pa Kent's death wasn't as big for me in his development. Like I've always heard it say, well, it was because that was the first time he learned that no matter how powerful he was, people die, heart attack, things like that. And I'm like, he was going to learn that no matter what. So I'm okay with them alive, or one being dead. I prefer them alive, to be honest with you, because it's always that father figure that he gets grounded back whenever he's going haywire and situations crazy. He's always able to fly back to Smallville, and Pa Kent tells you, hey, go back to your upbringing, things like that. Whereas Ma Kent kind of does it, but. So I'm either or. I can
because I've seen some stories where like either Pa Kent's dead or Ma Kent's dead, or sometimes I've seen stories where they're both dead. And it's like really,
or they're both alive,
or they're both alive.
Yeah, like you were saying, yeah.
Okay, I was just curious because I've kind of been wondering what they're gonna do with the Kents.
It depends. I mean, it just depends on what story you're telling. It's not like inherently like a black or white thing. Whether one or both is alive or dead at any given time. And I mean, even though Jonathan Kent he dies in the original Christopher Reeve movie, and then Martha is still around, but she's not really around at that point. I mean, she's around until he leaves, and then we never see her again until he goes back to mourn her in Quest for Peace. What little that matters for that movie.
Either way, I really hope that you add John Byrne's Superman to the banned list, please.
Yeah, and the She-Hulk.
Because
John Byrne, if you're watching, listen. You know I love you, but what you
did.
did.
I'll be honest. This is my hot take for the evening as well. I think John Byrne's Superman kind of contributed to a lot of the stereotyping about Superman being a boring character.
He took, in my opinion, here's what he took away a lot of the dynamics that the character had built up, and once you had the mistake or a crisis happen, a lot of that stuff got consolidated.
And I know some people love John Byrne's Superman and that Man of Steel run. I think there's some interesting stuff in it. I just think as a whole, it's not great.
John Byrne as a creator is legendary. John Byrne's She-Hulk and John Byrne's Superman are two things. It's like Keith Giffen. Keith Giffen, I think, is one of the GOATs, but he created Lobo, so I got to hold that against him.
So Grant Morrison.
Why do you hold Lobo against?
Yeah,
Keith Giffen so much. Wolverine with white makeup and right down to the cigar. Hey, bub. Oh my God, it's so lame. And he carried JLI to the point where it was like, oh shit, my book's about to get canceled, isn't it? But I can't listen. Legion of Superheroes. Keith Giffen is and John Byrne's the same way. John Byrne is as important for getting X-Men off to the start that even Chris Claremont would be able to carry. Those first 6 years with John Byrne riding shotgun, those meant something. But his Superman and the getting rid of Superboy, fucking the Legion of Superheroes, literally fucking the Legion of Superheroes to where it would take the next 20 years to unfuck that story, because he didn't want another Superman story. I mean, I'm like, and that's one of those things when you have a guy, you give people so much control. You give them control of that character, not just the story. I would have been okay with him just having control of the character, but he had control of the character going forwards and backwards. He literally had to make a storyline to where the Time Trapper created a pocket universe that Superboy was always in because John.
By the way,
I could put him on the band list.
Here's a good question here from Ashel Skeptic. William R.J. Brad, do you want Clark to marry Lois in the DCU and have a child together, or can they go for the story?
I don't want the child.
Yeah, honestly, I think Superman and Lois has kind of already done the Clark and Lois
in the
with, like,
comic books.
bits.
I can't stand Jonathan Kent. And not
Right.
because
I
he's
think
high or
right
anything like
now,
that.
I think just knowing James Gunn's sensibilities and just knowing probably what he might be more into, I think you're gonna go for something closer to, like, either they're just starting their romance,
Crypto's
or
gonna
they're
talk.
about to fall in love.
I don't mind that. I just don't want the kid.
I'm gonna give a little bit of a. This might be a little bit of my hot take here, but it's like I actually. This is like so much for the DCU is just kind of in the asteroid. I actually really do like the idea of like Superman raising a son, and a lot of that is really born out of like what I've seen on Superman and Lois with him raising Jordan.
All right,
and
Jonathan
Jordan
Kent
developing
will
his
now
powers.
be added to the banned list.
See, RJ. For me, I don't see them. Honestly, I know it's part of his storyline that he dates and marries Lois, but to me, we need to move away from that. To be honest, purely, I know it's part of his character, but maybe having instead of him dating, Lois, how about Lana?
I mean,
Lana.
yeah, but like Lois Lane and Clark Kent go
Yeah,
together like peanut
that's
butter
something,
and jelly.
that's a formula. That's a proven formula, especially when you get a good actress to play Lois. You don't want to.
But can you understand where I'm coming from?
I mean, you can have Clark be in a different relationship, but he has to end up with Lois at some point. Like,
But
you can't
going
get
back
away
to
from that.
going back to this though, it's like again, like through Superman and Lois. I mean, it tweaks the whole thing a little bit because it's Jordan who has the powers on the show, and I am very convinced like that the show will wrap up this fall with Jordan properly becoming Superboy. And yeah, I really do. I really do like. Okay, I actually am somebody who really likes the idea of like Superman like having a teenage son and like showing him the ropes and like guiding him into becoming his
I mean, maybe
successor.
this is a hot take, but in the comics, I preferred when Jonathan Kent was like a little boy, like Damian's age, versus like aged up.
I want to dude. If I ever took over Superman, I'm retconning the shit out of Jonathan Kent. He doesn't exist.
Not even as like a little kid,
No.
Damian's age.
No.
Oh, but you say Jordan.
No.
Wait,
Say Jordan.
wait. The Superboy that I talk about, is that Jonathan Kent, the one that we see in New 52?
Yeah,
I think you mean Rebirth. Yeah.
Yeah, Rebirth. Yeah, but you're talking about like the idea like Superman son with powers. Yeah,
Superboy
comics
Prime
wise.
and stuff.
Yeah,
There's like a ton of different Superboys. Yeah.
You know why? You know why? Because they screwed up the original one. John Byrne screwed up the original one. That's how you got all these goopy ones that are not Superboy. There's only one real Superboy, and that's Superman as a child. That's Superboy.
Anthony's actually to go back a little bit to what we were talking about with the recent 300 and such development. Anthony's got a couple of comments here that kind of speak to this. I'm going to go ahead and read off.
How are you going to read off his comment? He's right here. Go ahead.
No. Oh no! I'm sorry, not Anthony. Antonio.
I was about to say he's like right here.
Vince and those who like. Oh, okay, here we go. Let me get the first one here. The really angry, bitter ones who use Zack's name and likeness for clout or quiet the last couple of days. I think you mean are quiet the last couple of days. The ones who were in the middle and the ones who are still mad at the studio have calmed down. He's got a few. Let me just read them off. Vince and those who do that are really nice fans just using for clout. Same with Gunn, with people using Gunn just to attack Snyder. They're using his name for clout. I'm just glad this message is finally over. Zack is back. I just want the grumps to be grown ups. And if they got to show an example to other people who grow up, that's fine. I'm just glad this mess is finally over. What?
We don't refer to those people ever because.
Well, he did. I couldn't read his comments without referring to them.
Yeah, that's why I saw that comment, so I didn't read it. But hey,
because
it's just really hard because we've strived to be not them.
Mm-hmm. I get you.
We strive to be not them, and I've done everything I could not to bring up those extreme ends as part of this show. I understand they're out there. We know they are, but like I said, I
understand.
That's not us. And in the move on movement, I go after those guys when it's time. But all I want to do is push the move on movement far away from us, just so we can't hear them. And the same thing with these guys. I understand they're passionate and all that, but like I said, I try to avoid them because we get mixed up with them. I'm like, fuck, So it's like, yeah, they're out there, but they're also such a percentage to where, most of us don't. When we like something, we just pay for it. we pay for it and we talk about it, and when we, when it ain't there, we don't. But I don't.
That's a novel concept. Paying for things you like. What?
I mean, but that's it. These other guys that he's bringing up, and I'm not knocking you guys for bringing up. But I'm just like that's it's like they're out there and the clout and all that. You notice I've never used the word clout. This is the first time in how many years I've had this show I haven't used the word clout because it doesn't matter.
I actually never heard you say that word until today.
And that's why I've avoided all that. No offense, is that Antonio? I understand where your question's coming from, but we're here, man. We've managed the show to the point where I think that those guys, I don't even acknowledge
fanboy logic, like you say, William.
Yeah, I would rather just not acknowledge that they
fanboy logic, like not accepting that the feral kid is really the guy on Fury Road.
Okay, we're gonna have a conversation.
Wow.
Yeah, that's that. I've never been part of the move on movement. Just been a grown up and here's my thing: retail will eventually win out. I don't need to do a hashtag. I don't need to scream. I don't need to create a YouTube page specifically to do that. Retail will win out. Where there's business to be done, business will be done. I don't know when and where I'll get what I want or what I desire. I know I will because math has been winning since math was created, and eventually the math will speak louder than any fanboy.
You'll be back with the dinosaurs, but man, hey, you'll might be watching ZSGO.
The equation that meteorite wiping you out was really high, but there was nobody there to do the math. So hey, but like I said, I am a big believer in retail and that money will win out. Money and opportunity will win out. I don't do the hashtags. I don't do anything.
And it's kind of sad, William. Me and my friend were talking about the future of the comic book stores, and we were predicting within the next 5 years, because most people are just buying their comics online, that physical brick and mortar comic book stores are just going to shut down and disappear.
Like you did just now?
Yeah, that's a great thing to say to a comic book store owner.
Yeah, man.
He said, "What?"
I'm not the dinosaurs. You can't talk to me about my extinction.
Yeah,
you are a dinosaur, William.
And you're older. You're older. So
even if something like that happens now, right? Because I watched and was working during the death of the mall, basically, right? So I worked in retail when it was super popular to have those carts, in malls that sell people perfume and skincare products and all that type of stuff, and that it just. Over the course of 2 years, it was incredibly quick. It was wild. It died. The company shut down. It was a multi-million-dollar company. Company shut down. All this type of stuff. But there are things you do to adapt. So like William said, right? You don't have to shut down the store, but you find other things. There's a big market, especially here in Vegas, for collectibles, for all these other types of things.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah. So you become a collectible store. You can be,
you back when I was in Vegas, I used to go to Maximum Comics all the time. Both the one in Henderson and the one in North Las Vegas and everything. So there's a market for sure. That's the thing. Like the stores adapt to where it's not just comics. There's collectibles. There's like the collectible aspect. There's the collector's market you got to reach out to too as well. And
no, the reason why we said I didn't mean to offend you, William. We were talking about from the perspective of what we've seen here in Florida. Most of the brick and mortar comic book stores have shut down completely because they refuse. What you said, adapt. They didn't adapt. They didn't want to
adapt or die. That's
yeah.
Most of us. I'm just speaking for myself, but I do business with a lot of different stores. We're in business for different reasons. Like Ralph, who I consider a mentor, as far as he runs alternative reality. I don't even mind plugging him because he's been around a long time. He's a great guy. There's never a time where I can't ask him for advice or question and he doesn't have some suitable answer for me. And we've done business. You find your niche and you exploit it. And he has a certain clientele and he knows that clientele and he exploited it. I have each of us are going to stay alive because we recognize what kind of clientele that we have. Yes, I sell comics, but I understand that the majority of the people that are coming into the IP right now are not of the paper, or what I call them. If they're not comic book collectors yet. It's my job to make that connection to that. Now, if you're coming in because you saw Iron Man in the movie, but you don't want to buy an Iron Man comic, I got an Iron Man Mark IV pop right there for you. If you coming in and you can't afford to go back and buy a bunch of expensive Sandman comics from the 80s, I got this very thrifty book here for you to buy, which you just saw on Netflix. And then, look at there, there's a Netflix logo on there. It's up to us to be able to make the connection to in order to make the adjustment. Some of those stores a lot of the stores that have gone out of business just didn't want to make that adjustment. A lot of it, if you came up, through the 80s and 90s and, in early 2000, you were just a pure comic book store and it no longer appears to you to stay in business by doing anything else, then you make the right choice and you go away. But if you still think this is fun, and I still think it's fun, there's a lot of ways to a person's wallet when you do this. And you just have to make.
You started selling anime too, didn't you, Woodland?
Yeah, we got the little anime section over there.
And that's the thing. Yeah,
I got a Funko wall.
I've watched a lot.
Well, speaking of comics, I wanted to ask you,
William. Go ahead, Austin. Before you were saying something.
Well, no, I was just saying. Yeah, I think you're 100. I've seen a lot of other people in Vegas and friends that were kind of like, not them personally big anime people, but because the market is so big, they have to adapt.
They have to,
start to, exactly. Start.
It hasn't overtaken comics from me yet, but it is enough of it. I recognize its percentage is growing. It's growing at a pace. Now I'm ready for it. So.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, and that's another thing too. Like you can do. I don't know if you do this. Well, I'm sure you do, and I know others do. A lot of them, will give like. If a kid comes into the comic shop and has never been in the comic shop before, they'll give a free comic to them, something like that, to kind of get them to, those types of things. And so that's another. Kids are very impersonable, and you give them a free comic like that, and they're like, "Oh wow, this guy gave me this."
It's called bait.
It's called pure God.
Bait. You can call it bait. Bait's a very valid point, but it's called building a customer. It's
like the lady with the toothpicks with the free samples on it. You counter like Kroger. So
exactly. Yeah, and in general, like I think it's a generational thing, William. Too, when it comes to the people who are coming, the younger generation, everybody under 20, like anybody under 30, usually is more into anime than actual comics.
No, not for me at least. It's about, I got about maybe of my overall retail hard sales. And I think in this market, I think it's about 9 to 12%, which is still significant. 9 to 12% of your overall income is substantial. It's big. But not everybody under 30 is coming in buying anime. Mm-hmm. I have a percentage. I have a recognizable percentage of people that I know I need to adjust and cater to. But no, we're not there yet as far as those percentages goes. And I laid out the numbers a couple of months ago whenever everybody was telling me that. But I'm like, when you actually have to spend real money on it, you have to know the actual.
Well, that's
number.
what I was going to ask. Too, yeah, I know part of this is like what moves units as well. Right now, at least creatively, between Marvel and DC, who is like doing the best job creatively with their books overall? That's garnering the more interest.
Right now, because of what X-Men's about to go through, and the credibility of the last run, the Hickman run for it did really well for me. And
why does it mean like creatively, like in terms of like people are really happy with the books?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's sort of a tie right now. DC is a little top heavy as far as the Batman books and the Black Label books, but there are enough Black Label books right now doing well and rotating in and out to where that's where the 32 and up crowd comes in, because that crowd no longer wants to buy the basic stuff because they feel like they've outgrown it. Now DC has diversified a lot of that, so there's a lot there. Creativity for me, I'd say it's a tie. Now the problem is that it's tied to only a small amount of books for each side. Like with DC, dude, if it ain't got that bad on it, you might have some problems. And Miles Morales crushes Peter Parker Spider-Man stories, so you have that demographic.
But yeah,
how did
Ultimate as well.
Green Lantern run do the War Journal?
It actually did pretty well. I mean, I don't know how it did anywhere else. The covers sold that one. It was a nice book though, and I like the way they put that book. The guy pushed the hell out of that book. I sold out of it.
Okay.
When it comes to the covers with them, do you sell more of the variant cover?
Yes.
Do the the variant cover sell out faster than the actual regular
I
cover?
get less of them. I get less of them because your varios are your varios. I'm tired. Your variants are ratioed versus your regular. So your regular, I can get as many of those as I want. My A covers is what I call them. But when we're talking about a cover like, say, for Ultimate Spider-Man, something like this, which is a J. Scott Campbell cover, which is one of the more revered ones, I'm going to sell a higher percentage of these because I have less, but the markup is more because of the rarity. So for every A cover that Ultimate Spider-Man put out, there were less of these. So these proportionately move for me. For me being a tourist store, though, so this is going to be the difference between a neighborhood store, is the guy from Iowa got his base A cover and some variants where he lives. While he's out here for the rodeo or EDC or anything else like that, he's looking for that thing that he did not get. And a lot of times the variants, when they're regional sometimes and certain stores in certain areas get cut, he got left out of this. So I can get my value for the character and IP through there. But as far as like the mainline content, I have entire walls. For those of you who've been here, I have entire walls that are just variants.
Can you show me the variant cover for Ultimate Captain America? Do you have it on your wall on that wall behind you?
I don't have it at all.
Quick question, William. Out of your customers, what's the ratio of local customers and tourists? Because you're on a very in an interesting location, and that you're close to the strip, so you're close to the tourists.
It's currently 78% out of towners.
Wow,
really?
Yep.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's why when a lot of people tell me I should carry a certain thing, or I get a local that says, well, you should carry this, I got to take that with a grain of salt because of, like I said, the local guy I'm sharing that guy with the store that's 2 minutes away from his house. He's here for whatever reason. He's here for, he works downtown. I get a lunch break traffic. That's why Free Comic Book Day is so important to me, because I get that guy for that one day and I get to make my case.
Right.
But gas prices make a stronger case. If he's living in Summerlin or Hendertucky, or he's living in North Las Vegas, it's not a matter of whether he wants to come to me or not. Gas is expensive. Time is not as valuable. So, but the tourists, I could literally throw my keys to the stratosphere. I can stick my head out the window, look to the left, and there's a convention center. So I'm getting I'm getting the majority. A lot of people, a Uber ride here, if they're flying in here, is dirt cheap to get her from the convention center to here or from the hotel to here. It's dirt cheap. So there I have them, and so I built my business for those people. I built my advertising campaign for those people. I have all my analytics broken down. I know who's looking at me right now. So right now I have an analytics page I can pull up. And if you're looking at me through Pakistan or Germany, it shows me where the IP is, and it shows me where the cluster of IP is. I know where you're staying. I know because your IP is
someone call Edward Snowden.
No, it's Google.
I know.
A lot of it's Google Analytics. A lot of it's our website. Our website has it broken down. Who visits our site the most? What are they clicking on? Our business Instagram has a analytics page, and it tells you where they're coming from, and if they're using their phone, where the IP are, where they are now, what IP they're currently using versus where they're actually from. Did that person look at you before they left? If they're looking at you before they even got on the plane, that means you need to have a campaign geared to that guy, before he even buys a plane ticket. There's a lot that goes into it, but when it's tourism like that, it makes it easy because, like I said, EDC happens. When Star Trek The Experience was here, man, it was big business. But when they went away,
for sure. Really quick, too, I wanted to mention, just to show how much hell is frozen over and how crazy the world we live in is with streaming. I just checked Disney Plus. You can go verify it for yourselves. Starting tonight on Disney Plus, you can watch both Joker and the Batman.
And the Batman?
Warner Brothers just passed another check.
Yeah,
Warner Brothers just
apparently you can watch Joker and the Batman on Disney Plus.
I'm pulling this up right now.
He's not joking. He's not joking. I saw it too.
But I mean, that's not a shock. There are Disney movies on Warner Brothers as well.
Yeah.
Disney still licenses out some of their
Oh my God, he's right.
That's why Sony doesn't want a streaming service.
I did not think I'd see
because
this.
of the money that they can make.
Yeah, they just added the movie tonight, apparently.
He's not. He's under newly added. This is 100% true.
The Batman. I mean, I have it here, but the Batman is not my favorite individual Batman yet. He's perfect for the movie he's in, but as far as my favorite overall Batman movie, it is that movie. It speaks to this comic book nerd.
Disney Plus is so weird now because now that they merged Hulu, it's like you can watch like Aliens next to Hulu. It's just like so weird, but it's kind of cool, you know.
About that comment,
I think it's better that way. To be honest, I've been saying that as soon as Disney Plus, started, that they needed to figure out whatever they needed to figure out to get everything that they now own on one site, including the Fox movies, R-rated or not, all that type of stuff. And so I'm for me, I'm happy they're doing it. It's now I don't have to go back and forth between these two sites. I just go to one. And
hey, Brad and Willem, did you guys ever talk about the bundle, these bundles at Disney, Netflix, and these other?
I think we might have brought that up like prior. Yeah, I mean, it's like, but it's. I mean, there's not a.
Is that shocking to you guys that it happened this quickly?
No.
They were probably already losing a lot of business.
No, I'm saying that these other streaming services decided to partner up with their competitors, is what I'm saying.
No.
Well, they'll do it. They'll do it for limited amounts of time. But once those live sports contracts come in, those greedy motherfuckers are going to run from each other
for things like putting the Batman and Joker on Disney Plus. They're just cashing a quick buck for that.
Yeah, that's just money.
My theory is this is their goal. Like I completely agree with William. This is going to happen for a time. I think the goal is kill cable completely, kill satellite, right? I think so. Let's end that. Let's make this an affordable package that everybody can have. It's for sure.
And it becomes cable all over again.
Oh wait! Oh guys, I'm sorry to interrupt because I'm looking at what's on Disney Plus right now, the newly added section. I'm just kind of flipping through there, and they got some stuff you wouldn't expect. They have Freddy Got Fingered on there right now.
Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages?
I've had enough.
William's like, no.
Remember last time we bought that shit up? What happened last time?
William, I didn't say I thought that.
Wait, so William, you're not going to do a watch party for Freddy Got Fingered?
I'm not saying like it's like.
Now I kind of want to watch party of this.
I'm not saying it's like exciting news. Just
didn't that get us? Didn't that get us kicked off?
No, no, not that I can recall. It's probably one of those many times you guys get off.
No, I think I clearly it wasn't Tom Green in that one. Is Tom Green in that one?
Yeah, it's the Tom Green. Right?
Yeah, you put some Tom Green shit on there, and YouTube said, "Fuck that."
I probably was playing like Daddy, would you like some sausage or something?
Sausage party.
They ripped us right off the internet. I'm like, what happened? Everybody's in the chat saying, you guys are off the air. I'm like, what?
I'm sorry interrupting, Austin. I just was scrolling through there and I saw that.
Yeah, interrupting with that.
Well, I mean, is that something you ever thought you would see on Disney Plus? That absolutely crass, over the top, disgusting piece of shit.
They've got the Deadpool movies on.
We're in the Deadpool area.
Got the Deadpool movies on.
Cut up by fans.
You don't go on Disney Plus a lot, do you?
What a way to bring in X-Force. Ooh, yeah.
That was fun. That was funny though. They made it
stupid.
Come on, William. Come on.
But no, overall, so that's what I was
saying. Shot. There you go. There you go.
This bundle thing is basically a way to kill off cable and satellite, get everybody on the streaming packages and everything like that. And then once it's dead, I think I 100% agree with William. It's going to be, they're going to go back to separating, and then that's going to be the thing, right? Then people won't have, because that's the thing. They don't want to have, there to be a fallback option. Because, okay, if I can't afford Hulu or streaming or any of these other things, I'll get cable. I'll pay $30 for cable.
Better get some rabbit ears, motherfuckers.
or hotboxing it, William. Remember when you
can't even do that no more? You can't do hot boxes no more.
They got 300. They got 300 on Disney Plus now. Topical.
Hot boxes. Remember, hot boxes used to be the thing, but now they figured that shit out.
Don't people just use their Amazon Fire Sticks though to watch certain things?
You can
the jailbreaking one.
The jailbreak.
Yeah, you can still get like an antenna from Walmart. But like you're not gonna get, you're not gonna get.
Yeah, I mean, the
You're
Spartans
gonna
on
get
Disney
your
Plus now.
local channels, your local news.
You're gonna get all those channels, the Get channel, the Fire channel, all those made up
Right.
channels that just are there for the commercial revenue.
You're
I'm watching
better
Pond.
off-
Remember that Extreme Pond? There's some channel in Vegas I didn't even know exists, and that Extreme Pond show, which is horrible. It's so
Extreme
fake.
Pond?
Or
It's
Extreme
Extreme Pond with the guy Les, and he's got the chain and the hair.
So it's
slicked
not.
back.
So it's not Pawn.
Hey,
So it's
hey,
not Pawn
that show
Stars.
may be. Listen, I'll go at that show's fucking fire, right? It is the Hell's Kitchen of Pawn reality, all right? It is
but
over
Hell's
the
Kitchen's
top.
It's not reality. It's horrible, dude.
Oh,
Get out of
dude.
my shop.
Oh, wait,
By the
hey,
way,
William, have you ever
William.
talked to Rick Harrison?
No.
By the way, William, real quick, because I'm scrolling through, they also have "Do Where's My Car" on the Disney Plus now.
Oh my god.
I came here to defend Brad on Jonathan Kent, and now we're on this.
That's what happens when you defriend Brad.
No, RJ
You end
brought
up
up
with
that
the
they have
bullshit
the
with
Batman and
boiled
Joker
hat,
on there. I had to go down the rabbit hole.
Well, listen, I would argue, and I don't know if Brad, if you've kept up with Jonathan Kent in the comics over the last few years, he's gotten better. It's been interesting.
He has.
It's a story I'm interested in. They've created something, and it's, especially I love what they did with Superman and War World, and Jonathan was in charge, while Pops was gone and stuff, and there was some good stuff there, and
So,
I think I agree
so
with
William,
you in
once
that a
cable and
family-
satellite get canceled or killed, do you guys think these streaming services go back to the 20 episode seasons?
You just kind of like elbowed your way.
I know.
They're talking. He just said,
Yeah, that was a
"Fuck
little bit-
both of these guys. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Hey, William."
Sorry.
Well, sometimes people talk a lot, and you got to elbow your way in, man.
Well, and listen,
Yeah.
and listen, I'm sorry, but like RJ started me on this little rabbit hole because I'm looking at like recently added Disney, but they got some very not Disney stuff on here now.
Yeah. Before I forget, Vince had a question, William, just really quick. Did you watch the Star Trek Discovery finale? In which-
Yes, I did, and I thought they were put in a tough spot because of other shows happening. They had to end it where they were ending it because I don't think you're going to see any Star Trek show go beyond 5 years. I think Strange New World, I don't care how successful they are, because I think that's the limit of what they can spend, and they can't do certain shows while certain shows are still going on. They're dead set on the Starfleet Academy. I don't know why. And then they have
it's sounding like they're very much wanting to try and revive the cinematic universe.
Yeah.
Simon Kinberg was announced as the next guy to kind of executive produce and head.
So they can do the first contact.
A new Star Trek movie, yeah. First contact, exactly, yeah, something like that. Their first contact.
They got to wait till who figure out who's going to own, because right now you're in a situation where Sony and that what's Apollo might buy all that, and they may break it up.
So
into
you
a
think?
studio.
So you think they should wait on reviving the cinema?
I think they should wait to see who owns them and what they want to do, because you could end up with a lot of different. I was watching it today. They could both Apollo could own certain parts of it, and Sony could own the TV part, and they could combine to make a Star Trek Studios, and then put people in charge and in place. And from that point, that way, because if they parcel it off, like before when Viacom owned one and CBS owned the other, then you would have to keep it separately. So they're going to have
I was reading a Deadline article, and they were I forget what it was about. I my brain just shot. It's late, but they mentioned in the article that if Sony and Apollo buy Paramount, they may shutter Paramount Plus completely because they have no interest in streaming.
They
what does that mean for
they
Sony?
may not. They won't shutter it. They may because Sony doesn't want streaming. Sony wants to sell to streaming.
Right, they want to license everything out. Yeah,
exactly. They might sell it to like a Netflix or something like that, or sell that streaming IP, because there's still value in it. It's just there's no value to them. Sony doesn't want to get into the business of supporting an infrastructure of streaming. That's why they hoard their stuff out. That's why most Sony movies, no matter how fucking dreadful they are, will make money because they have these back end deals like this. So they don't want. They don't want any.
Oh dear
of that.
God, not this guy.
Oh yeah, right at the end of the show. At the end of the show.
God,
but no, you gotta to answer that question in there.
Mad
You gotta
Max hater over here.
you got to find out who's going to own them and how they're going to divvy it up and where these things are going to go before I can believe that any of this is going to happen. But I enjoyed the finale for what it was. I think that, like I said, they were in a tough spot because there's still other Star Trek stories that they got to tell that can't conflict with where she ended up that story. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. But listen, without Discovery, I don't have Strange New Worlds. And I say fuck the world without Strange New World. I love Strange New Worlds. You don't get these next generation people that are like, I hate New Trek and you guys are so woke and all that. You guys don't get Picard season 3 without Discovery letting people know that there was a market for it. And
well, the
Picard
problem is that people want more of Picard season 3 in that style, though. That's what they want.
That's fine, but they don't even get the chance. If Discovery established that there was still a market and a growing new generation market that will give Star Trek a chance. Listen, and I love old Trek fan is like I said, he's kryptonite to Trek, and I'm in the wheelhouse, but it's not all for us. If we want this thing to grow, we have to open the door for other people to perceive this in ways that are suitable for them. It can't be my old shit. It can't be 50, 60, 70-year-old men, holding on to what they think Star Trek is. Long after these guys are long and dead, you want Star Trek to go with us? So, yeah, without Discovery, you don't have a lot of these things because no network from 2005 to 2017, no network wanted to touch Star Trek because their fans, they looked at their fans like, oh, you motherfuckers again? You know what? You sit over there. I can build a fan base quicker than I can convince you to open your mind up to anything. And that's why after Enterprise, you didn't see Star Trek shit. And you wouldn't have seen Star Trek in the theaters. People want to knock J.J. Abrams without him. That's another thing that helped bring Star Trek back. Because nobody was touching a Star Trek movie after Nemesis. Nobody. And he comes in and does what he did. These guys opened up Trek to somebody other than old Trek fan. And they got to understand that. Do you want it to grow or do you want it to die? I'd rather have it grow. There's always going to be Trek for me. Even if it's some Trek I don't like. Listen, Lower Deck's not my favorite show. I can watch a couple episodes, but I know there's somebody out there that loves it. I don't need to knock, Lower Deck. There's all kinds of Trek and any IP. There's enough out there for you to where, like I said, and it goes back to Picard season 3. You do not get Picard as a series without Discovery kicking the door back open. So, yeah, and Alex Sherman gets a raw deal. He's like Satan. I'm like, sure.
I'm more of an Orville man myself.
You know what? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and honestly,
that was a beautiful speech, yeah, but
who said
that
on us? The Orville guy. You know what? Yeah, whatever. I'm glad you came in at the end of the show because you started off my stream with some fucking nonsense. But
the show's just getting started.
You're coming. Oh no, we've been on the air too long today, son.
All right, Fourth, what do you want to say?
Oh no, I'm just here just to join in. I don't have any statements or
Yeah,
mission statement.
He starts off the show with that. Then he leaves. He kicks the toilet, the outhouse over, and then runs away.
So Willem, as a Star Trek and Star Wars fan, you do feel the Star Trek fans can be more divisive and toxic compared to Star Wars, or Star Wars is a lot worse?
I think Star Trek is far worse because guess what? The bitching and moaning about Star Wars still results in that people can live off of and not destroy it over. They be pissed and shit in their pants over it. Old Trek destroys stuff. Old Trek fan got shows transformed and canceled. Old Trek fan protested The Next Generation, and now they love it. Forget about them with their signs out in front of Burbank. But old Trek fan has a stronger grip on their IP than Star Wars. The people who do the business of Star Wars are going to be like, I got 1.1 billion over here. What'd you say? Old Trek fan has the ear for a long time, for 12 to 16 years, had the ear of the executives, especially when it was a weak network like UPN who couldn't stand up on their own. Old Trek fan fucked up Enterprise and turned that into an abomination.
So when Star Trek was on, was it NBC or CBS that it was on? I can't remember what major network it was on.
CBS,
before.
I think.
And when it first came out, it was NBC, wasn't it? It was NBC.
Yeah.
Well, NBC.
When it was on NBC, did NBC even listen to them? These Trek fans?
Well, in 1960s, they were still developing.
You actually had to send a letter.
Yeah, with that mail. The Star Trek fandom didn't really grow until the mid to late 70s when it started to grow after the series got canceled, and then they were going to make a series. It was going to be Star Trek 2.0, and then after Star Wars came out and showed you could do something on a cinematic scale like that, that changed the game to where the producers now wanted a movie, and you got from those movies with the original cast. And then like in 1986, I remember living in LA where these crazy fools or had a letter writing campaign. And in fact, I shared it on one of my pages, the letter writing campaign and the people leaving flyers to go protest the coming of Star Trek Next Generation. Now those same people are like, how come everything can't be like TNG? And I'm like, because you guys were out there in your girdles and your diapers fucking with that. And look how that turned out. Sometimes you just got to let things happen, I guess. And if you don't like it,
I want more Deep Space Nine.
Did you call the donation number to kill Captain Picard, William, like you did Robin?
No, I proudly killed that motherfucker. Proudest moment of my teenage years. Fuck Robin at the time.
I always saw the one that had Whoopi Goldberg on it, whatever that was.
That was Next Generation, yeah.
Yeah, that's Next Generation.
So
yeah.
I'm going to jump off, William, but this is the last question I'm going to ask before I leave.
Yeah, I doubt that. Go ahead.
But I was going to ask about we were talking about the streaming service waiting until cable gets killed off. Do you think once cable gets killed off, these streaming services, when they do their new shows, they're going to go back to the old cable format where it's like 3 to 4 seasons of 20 to 30 episodes, or no?
No, because in order to do that, you need ad revenue. And the only way you can get that kind of ad revenue is from free TV. There's a reason why cable shows don't last that long, unless it's extenuating circumstances, is because when your financial structure back in the day for a 26-episode show was dependent upon the ad revenue and the syndication. When you're talking about streaming, those are not factors. So you're going on subscription base. So your subscription base has to be at a certain level to be able to do that. And even then, for certain shows, you're only going to get like Game of Thrones or things like that do that. But for these shows that are super expensive, that are not that level, if you get 5 years, you've won. People were mad about Discovery getting 5 years. 5 years in the streaming. Stranger Things is one of the biggest things ever, and it's getting 5 years, no matter how many people watched it. So 5 years is
Stranger Things is a perfect example. That's rare, is what you're saying. Stranger Things,
because 5 years, dude. I want season 3 of Mindhunters. I'm not going to get that anytime soon. So you get 5 years. That's like 7 years in regular time. But where the revenue structure is where it determines when. I don't think cable will ever completely go away. And the reason why is because the same reason why you're seeing more of these streaming services get rid of the ad-free tiers. Ad revenue is like lifeblood to these guys. So I don't think you'll ever see cable go away completely. You're always going to have enough cable, hybrid cable, to the point where, like I said, these shitty channels, the GOAT network or whatever the fuck that Hardcore Porn was on, that channel only exists so that Billy Mays, by the way, creepiest fucking thing in the world. Billy Mays, I think, died in 2009. I shit you not. The same channel that I saw Les from 2014's Pawn, whatever. Billy Mays is still hawking some shit. He's dead. He's dead. And I'm not joking.
They're making residuals off Billy Mays.
Wait a minute. Did the cocaine bring him back? Because he's been quite dead for quite a while.
Wait, Billy Mays is on cocaine?
Not anymore. But these channels, these no-name channels, exist purely to generate ad revenue, and it's very important to this. That's why I don't think cable will ever completely go away, but those ad tiers for those streaming services will. But I think they're going to keep both, because guess who owns most of the networks and owns most of the things? If you look at it, and they own everything. See, when people say, "Well, this is going to kill this, is going to kill that," you realize that they own everything. Go look up who owns Vudu or a lot of your PVODs. Going to be a lot of familiar names that you might.
Doesn't Fandango own Vudu now?
Look closer.
Oh no, Comcast owns Vudu.
Look closer.
Walmart.
Because it says Vudu brought to you by Fandango, because Fandango Video bought out Vudu.
Lift up the layer. Lift up that top sticker. You're gonna see some names. Go Wikipedia it.
Walmart.
Well, no, Walmart used to own Vudu. I don't think they own it anymore.
They have their own streaming platform. But a lot of these streaming services are partnerships with each other. Anyway, the
When the
PVODs
burns down and the ashes clear, there'll only be Tubi left standing. Mark my-
NBC Universal owns most of Fandango.
And
Yeah,
Warner
but-
Bros. Discovery owns 25% of Fandango.
I think Comcast or AT&T owns parts of Shudder, that horror movie streaming service.
I'm not sure, but there's like I said, there's a lot of familiar fingers in these pots. That's what I'm saying. So they're moving these things to their where they can make the most money to it. Like I said, the theater is they're like I said, they're greedy. They don't want to give up. If they could cut out everybody and get their money, some of these guys would. Not all of them, but some guys would. So that's just the way of things. But they own it all. All they're doing is pushing their property to parts of their the plate to where it's closer to their mouths. That's what greed is.
Well, while Austin's here, I guess I'll ask Austin the question. 300 TV show. You in
Yeah,
or you out?
I was actually going to ask you when you came in, man. We didn't get the chance to get around to that.
I'll check it out. I wasn't too impressed with the Rise of the Empire. I'm curious, what exactly the story is going to be, and for sure, if Snyder's directing, then I'm definitely going to watch, or if his hand is heavily involved.
Yeah,
I hope Snyder's Netflix career.
Yeah, I think I would guess it's probably.
And here's my question too. About
Wait, what'd you
the
just say,
Netflix
Forrest?
thing.
He said I hope this Netflix career is like he's just being fourth.
Well, I mean,
no, I hope this Netflix experiment is over.
Isn't his because he did have an exclusivity deal with Netflix? Isn't that up?
First look deal.
First look.
It was a first look deal for 2 years.
Okay,
I think so. I think that's about unless he's re-upped or is going to re-up than that, and even if
we
does,
haven't heard anything
first
about
look
his
deal.
Netflix status, like in terms if he renewed that contract or not.
Yeah, and as
well,
far
he's
as
got his animated show, so they're probably
he's still got stuff coming up.
They've got the director's cuts.
Let's see how far the Planet of the Dead and all that other stuff goes, because that stuff hasn't been mentioned at all.
I know, and it sucks because that's the one that was good.
Yeah, I have no clue what's going on with either of those.
Well, and like as far as also going back to 300, I mean, I kind of the theory I've had in my head is that because in the first one, you kind of get the sort of the cliff notes of Leonidas, like all the training he does as a child.
Right.
So yeah, my guess would be if I had to venture a guess that this is going to like be sort of it's going to like extrapolate on that. It's going to be like the like Leonidas, like the origin of him becoming king of Sparta is maybe the
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he say what his 300 TV show would be on the Joe Rogan podcast, or is that something different he was talking about?
I need to go back and look.
He was talking about like something that he wanted to do, like an epic gay, like historical.
Oh yeah,
that's Alexander. That's Alexander.
That's Alexander. Yeah.
Oh, Alexander the Great. Okay.
And he was and what he was talking about was that they got the movie. People use the movie as this like kind of ultra testosterone. He's like, really, they're all very gay. Like gay people would make the strongest army. And I was like, yeah.
He talked
gay
about
rights,
that when he was talking to Rogan. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And when he's also talked about wanting to do like 300 like George Washington like in the vein of 300. So he's had a few different ideas.
Oh, like an American Revolution movie.
Yeah,
actually, I would be down for that.
Oh, if he did that, you can guarantee if he did that, he would show like his version of like the crossing of the Delaware in live action. I guarantee
he would literally just recreate the pain.
Do his Blood Meridian. If you want, he said if you got his hands on any book rights, he would go for Blood Meridian. I've been looking this up. It sounds pretty graphic.
I've been saying this for a while. I know Snyder wants in on the video game universe.
Yeah.
And I want his Gears of War movie.
I would have said that I agree, but like 10 years ago. Is Gears of War popular?
Yeah, I mean Gears of War is as popular
one
as
of these
it used to
movies.
be,
They're
but
bringing back the thing. Fallout was popular, 10
well, it
years
is
ago.
popular.
Now
it's
huge
massive.
again. Exactly, like
Well, I talking about Gears of War because I was actually thinking because of course Dave Bautista, he worked with him in Army of the Dead. I was kind of wondering if they might have had if there might have been like something like in behind the scenes because remember
Dave Bautista's a big fan of Gears of War.
and that man is not only a big fan. I love Dave Bautista.
Yeah.
He is in a remixed version of the fucking game.
Oh yeah,
as
he's such a
the
big fan.
character.
They put him in
Like,
the game.
It's
Yeah.
awesome. You can play.
What did you guys see? Like when Netflix announced they were trying to do, they were going to get something with Gears of War off the ground, and he put on Batista put on Twitter that one kind of pitch where he says like him in costume, and he actually captioned it with and I think this is verbatim. He said, "Netflix, I can't make this any easier."
Do not go with Netflix. Netflix will find some way to screw it up.
So yeah, when they did when that was when he was doing that, and that was announced because the connection with Zack with the Army of the Dead, that kind of made me wonder if there was maybe some discussion behind the scenes. I mean, I'm inclined to think if there was, I don't know. It's like there may have been, but I mean, now it might not be like kind of the first thing on the docket for him if they were talking about that, because of course with 300,
right.
But yeah, there was some, there was my mind had gone to that when Batista put that out.
The video game universe does not kick off until someone finally gets Resident Evil right correctly.
Well,
there's
Constantine
instant rockstar status,
that may never happen.
bad water waiting right there.
Yeah, well,
for someone to
Constantine
get it right.
Films owns the rights to Resident Evil, and they're just not a great film studio
This is
production
what we
company.
need.
They used to own the rights to Fantastic Four. We know that.
I feel like Resident Evil done right would be the shot heard around the world for a video game.
All right. Well, now that we've ventured into video game talk, that sounds like a great place to wrap up 3 hours and 49 minutes.
Wait, William. I was gonna ask you. Blade Runner 2099 starts filming this summer.
I'm ready. I feel great. I feel great that I get every inch of Blade Runner universe that I got that I never thought I would get. I'm happy for, and like I said, it just continues to grow, and I'll take it in any form. Like we just discussed last week, that was one of our topics. I will take Blade Runner in any form you give it to me, and as long as it's good. And so far, there's, in my opinion, every Blade Runner has been good. Every Blade Runner format, the cartoon, Black Lotus, Blade Runner 2049. I mean, they've all been good, and I expect no less from this. So I'm happy.
Shouldn't Blade Runner be in the category of movies now that should not get made?
We've already gone down the rabbit hole.
No, and I answered correctly as no.
Williams reasoning for 2049, but now 2 times in a row it's failed. Should they do 2099? Are we in Furiosa territory now?
No, because you didn't have enough data to even greenlight that movie. You got hold on. You got 36 years of Blade Runner making money on different formats, so you could justify it. Also, even the 2 movies that bombed, right? Blade Runner the original, like I said, has made more than some movie franchises in the time since it's bombed. Blade Runner 2049 immediately continues to get hoarded out by Warner Brothers and Columbia on different. It's not even on HBO Max because it got bought. Its rights got bought to put on other streaming services or on PVOD. So you buy that data alone, it
on Mad Max.
To make money.
You're telling me Mad Max made no money over those years?
No.
Not
for the time that Mad Max, those 2 movies and that all the way to Beyond Thunderdome, the data proportionate to when those movies were released and home video and all that justified Fury Road. But Fury Road, what it's made and what it lost, did not justify Furiosa, and it sure as fuck didn't justify a Mad Max movie without Mad Max.
It made $500 million and won 6 Oscars. You're telling me that doesn't justify?
No, but here's the thing. It actually.
I mean, that's like telling me, okay, Man of Steel never got justified in sequel because it didn't make that much of a profit. Like, no, there was obvious. I think the mistake.
But you're talking about an 80-year-old IP that, if handled right, has made money. You're talking about Fury. You're talking about taking a movie like this.
Just to clarify, Fury Road made $380 million worldwide.
Yeah. And what was its budget?
The budget for Fury Road. Let's take a look.
It was like 150.
And I know the ad
it was like
campaign
160, 170.
Yeah,
that's like Batman Begins.
Yeah, so
not in the 2010s. No,
yeah, so we kind of classify that as like it did not bad, but it wasn't like in terms of
it didn't relation
to budget to profit. Yeah, but
attention. The Oscar, like I said, the Oscars was huge, but nobody expected. I mean, you're talking about to this day that movie, to this day, is referred to as one of the best action films of the 21st century.
Did you make another Mad Max movie?
So just to give my perspective,
Tom Hardy and the people that
I would have made Furiosa, but I wouldn't have made it for $170 million.
I wouldn't have made it yet.
Yeah,
I would have made a Mad Max movie. Now, what you're talking about as far as Fury Road, win or lose, and they probably just about broke even. But even then, that's based on a movie with Mad Max in it and star power in it. So
I
you could
wouldn't even go
justify
that
on that
far.
data.
I think
Well,
the
you
10
could
years
you would make
is
a
the
better
biggest
case to
issue.
justify a Mad Max movie with those factors that got you that success than you would by going forward taking off those factors that made the big,
Or if they had done what Miller had planned and wanted, was that they had to originally shoot Fury Road and Furiosa back to back. So you get Fury Road, you have all the hype already around the Furiosa character. It's fresh, it's alive. A year later, you get Furiosa.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably going to do well.
It probably would have been better if they shot them back to back. Yeah,
exactly.
I don't know
Then
if
you
it
film. Then you
that
film.
Wasn't that
There was
wasn't that Millie's
dude, I
fault?
remember the big hype that year was Furiosa's a badass. They're both badasses. It was great watching them team up and work together. Like it was.
Yeah, but the math didn't support a $168 million budget and less of those stars.
And see this everything you're saying there, William. This is why when we do the watch party, when you see because it's kind of falls under Furiosa, falls under well liked bomb or well reviewed bomb. So when we do that watch party, I guarantee you're going to be crying. You're going to be weeping about two things. You're going to be weeping about, hey, this is really good. It's a shame it do better, and you're also going to be crying because I was right about the Feral Kid.
Okay,
you are not right about the
ignore
Feral
you
Kid,
for the rest of the show.
Brad, I'm going to give you this real quick before you, because listen.
Yeah.
I know the Feral Kid is not Max, but Miller has hinted. He's just saying that to mess with the fans and give you guys the
foil hats.
But he has hinted that there's a story, the Wasteland story involves a mother and a child, and that there's and obviously there ain't no mother and child in in Fury Road and stuff. He's coming off of he's pretty violent.
You're
he's
about
the
Max?
most quiet he's ever been. He's pretty, but he's pretty aggressive and stuff. Like obviously something happened before. My theory is that he's seen those visions are that kid.
You'd be talking about the kid at the beginning with the visions he has of the girl.
Yeah. That the kid would be the kid from the Wasteland, and they probably died.
Yeah, well, I mean, who knows? If we ever get that now? Unfortunately, how.
But here's the thing, though, and this is the sad part. Yeah, the sad part is by that decision making might put Wasteland in jeopardy, because unlike other movies, like say if it was a Warner Brothers and they shelled out their money, it was their risk, they'll put it on. They put it on streaming, they get the bulk of that. This is George Miller's company and his partnership. That was their money. That wasn't Warner Brothers' money. Warner Brothers distributed. George Miller and his production company footed the money. So when it goes to these PVODs where the lion's share is going to go to the distributor, that's going to be harder for them to make their money back. So where I say justification, listen, a lot of the movies I love probably shouldn't have never been made. Whether I enjoyed them or not is not relevant. Whether I love Shazam, but shouldn't have been made. Black Adam, I had a lot of fun. Shouldn't have been made. When they were made, and I'm not saying never, but you have to have a strategy of momentum. Like I always say,
I disagree. I think they should go forward with Wasteland.
What's up?
I disagree. I think they should go forward with Wasteland.
I think they should
go forward with whose money? With whose cash?
They could go in perhaps with Warner Brothers to go in and
Warner Brothers is going to slam that door. They're going to be, you want what? You made how much of that one? Nah, we'll be your distributor, because we're already losing. Warner Brothers is literally, like I said, they're trying to find money for Zazov's final yacht trip. They ain't got it. They're not gonna just give them that money if they don't think they could make it. Especially if there's no history of them being able to make it back in the volume. Mad Max Fury Road being successful at the volume that Warner Brothers would need it to order for them to put forth that money is a different level. So
if they could do Wasteland with Gibson, I think they would actually go in for that one. But you got to do it while Furiosa is still reviewed as a memorable bomb. But you could use that as advertising.
You get Mel Gibson, that to me, because Mel Gibson alone could pull enough strings to get that movie financed on his own.
That's what I'm saying. If they can pull that, if young Furiosa is played by a different character, old Tom Hardy can be played by a different character, Mel Gibson. And I think they would go in with that.
Well, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work because he's playing the Feral Kid, so that wouldn't work. That wouldn't correspond.
You could do a story like Godfather 2, where the current storyline is being told by Mel Gibson, but
by elderly Max, and
you could still have
and young
Yeah,
Mac
that would be
somebody
cool.
other than Tom Hardy.
Have them both. Oh, stop it.
I'm saying there's strings where they could. It's a quality franchise. I think if they pulled strings like getting Mel Gibson in it, it would get eyes and interest.
They have to bring his money.
Now,
They would have
if
to
you
bring his money.
mention it, now that you mention it, if you could do something like that and bring both Tom and Mel, because look, Mel is cool with Tom. Mel was the one that told Miller in the first place, dude.
Yeah, he said, "I'm too old for
getting
this."
too
Yeah.
old. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, we gotta, you know, and so
He said, "I'm too old for
if
this
you
shit."
could if you kind of
Yeah.
do, you know, like like a
Lethal
Days
Weapon.
of Future Past thing, something like like you said, where older Mad Max is telling the story, or we're going back and forth and seeing
Like The Godfather, like Don Corleone in The Godfather, where he's telling Vito's
Something like that.
earlier story. Yeah, but the
I
current
think that
story.
would be cool. That would
But
be
you know,
cool.
I think at
prevented
the
Mel
end of the
Gibson
day,
from
we all
making
want more
movies?
Mad Max, no matter how we get it.
Yeah.
Star Wars prevented Mel Gibson from being in these movies
How was that?
because when they were trying to shoot
right,
Mad Max, the prequels were coming out. Lucasfilm took up all the sound studios in Australia, which halted the shooting of Mad Max, and then they just never got around to it.
And then he tried to make a Justice League movie. He also wasn't able to get off the ground. So poor Miller.
All right. On that note, that's it, guys. That's it.
Okay.
We're literally in 4 hours. I completely
We
fucked
just
up
we got
again
like a
trying to get
minute
out
and
of
40
here.
seconds to hit the 4-hour mark. Come on.
Oh, by
So
the time everybody,
Brad will shut down the shop.
I'll shut down the shop.
Brad will
Okay.
get us copyright stricken 3 times within an hour. if I
God
leave him
bless
alone.
it.
Come on, man.
So yeah, we're not. Gonna do that.
I'm waiting for Brad to make the furry the kid reference result to the raid.
Oh, well, I mean, I almost did when we were talking about G.I. Joe and mentioned the eco waste from the Raid movies is Hardmaster, who's the mentor of Snake Eyes in that. So you can,
On that, I guarantee you, no matter what they do with G.I. Joe and Transformers, it'll only be half as good as what Michael Bay did with all the soldiers in the Transformers.
God damn.
Now that's some bad decision making. The fact that they are somehow continuing with the Snake Eyes universe after that.
I don't
No.
know. No.
I don't think they are.
No, I think that
That's
movie
what
spoke for
from
itself.
no. From what I heard and from what I've read, that G.I. Joe Transformers crossover will be connected to
If
the
it is, it's
solo
DOA.
Snake Eyes movie.
If it is,
that they
it's
made.
DOA.
That movie was awful, but hey,
Just like it will be connected to Rise of Beasts.
Rise of Beast. Rise of Beast I can see because Rise of Beast. I mean, but
Godspeed.
The Unicron, the Diet Unicron movie.
You're going to see Unicron come back, William. Relax.
Yeah, just
Come
like you're gonna
back.
see the just
Yeah, just like I was waiting for Galactus, huh? Smoke Monster Galactus.
Yeah, just like you're gonna see the feral kid come back in the Wasteland with Mel Gibson.
Jesus Christ, kick him! Thank you.
Listen,
Thank
there's
you.
got to be consequences to the ban list. All right, hold
You're
on,
gonna
guys.
which Michael Bay directed this new movies.
Listen, I've had, you just can't just say whatever.
All
the
right, we
fuck
need to
you
add
want.
Michael Bay to the band list.
Michael Bay's made Hollywood a lot of money. I don't think you can ban him. There we go.
You're gonna wish he made these new movies coming up.
All right,
When
guys,
you get
that's it.
Oh, I got
That's
one
it.
more question.
Anthony had one more question in 40 minutes. What's up?
I don't. I'm just stalling. I got nothing. So.
Okay. That sounds like.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for everybody for being here. We are now at 4 hours. Hit the like.
Howard the Duck in October.
Yes. I'll explain why tomorrow night. By the way, because going to Comic-Con. Woohoo! I will see you guys. I think tomorrow night. I don't know. I might be out of energy.
You need a 5-hour watch party of like some pretty horrific films.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I need to unsee. I need to go watch like something to get Terrifier out of my
Go watch
head.
like My Little Pony or something, William.
What?
Oh yeah, wasn't there like a Brony movie or something that'll scar me even deeper than this?
Watch the Raid. How about that?
No,
He needs to watch Friendship is Magic.
That salt scene is iconic. Okay.
All right, guys. See you tomorrow.
I guess.